Rogers is an autistic boy. He's 15 years old. He's been missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And everybody has been looking for him. Everybody. He is 5 foot 5 inches tall. He weighs 120 pounds. Sandy blonde hair, and he wears glasses. And again, there is no footprint of him whatsoever.
You think back, and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving.
This boy, I've done told y'all, reminds me of my son that had autism, that is my third son. And he disappeared right down the road from part of where my family lives. And I take all of these cases serious. I am not playing about anything right now.
The original thinking was that Sebastian Rogers left home on his own, but the fact that he disappeared without a trace now has authorities looking into the very real possibility of foul play.
I'm not trying to accuse them of anything. I'm trying to tell you how suspicious they are now becoming. Hello, everybody. Hello. Cook G60, hello. Sharon, hello. Kiki, hello. Janice, hello. Dawn, hello. Lisa B. Always, hello. Speed Teacher, hello. Pebbles, hello. Cook G said, I fear the goal is to do a new story. Summer Wells, is that Summer Wells? SWDR will be forgotten like they want to happen. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers will be forgotten like they want to happen. No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it happen. Ma Duke, good afternoon. Hello. Grave Crime with Grace, hello. Grace Paris, hello. Christy Smith, Blessed Mama of 3. Hate to say it, but they are looking for a body. Oh my gosh. Show Poodles, hello everyone. Gypsy, hello. Kathleen, Bo, in the bushes. Blessed Mama of 3. Terry Parker, good afternoon. Daniel Berry, yo. I love to get that boost from you when you come in. Everybody. Justin, hello, honey. You'll be listening. Yep, I just saw you got off live. He just got off live with Remy. If you didn't see that, go back and watch it later. I told him I'm going to have to go back and watch it. I've been working on this live, and I've had emails out the wazoo today. Carmen, hello. And Tam here, hello. Happy dance. Smiley Slives is the best. I have something interesting I got to tell y'all. Ann Reynolds, hello, honey. It was so good to have you up here yesterday. It was so good you came up here, and I had so many compliments on that. I did. Thank you. Sidetrack, hello. Look, man, hello. Heidi, everybody, hello. Love the glasses. I got me a little bit of red going on here today, so I thought, I'll throw them glasses on there. Nyla, everybody coming in. Shannon Marlowe, hello. Teresa, D. Lucky, everybody. I may have said hi 2 or 3 times. Maybe I feel like it. Maybe I feel like a nut today. Neuro, hello. And my hair. Just kidding. Thank y'all. Holly, hello. Miss Grace. First thing I want to do is tell y'all, thank you, honey. Thank you. And I don't know why, because it's raining. It's been raining all night and all day. And usually when it rains, I can't do nothing with my hair. But hey, Reba, hello. Scotty to Hottie. Hello, hello. Glad to see y'all. So I don't know if any of y'all have heard. Susie, hello. Today's your birthday. I'll have to sing happy birthday, Susie. Let me put this up here so I don't forget within the next 3 seconds. Ruby Slippers. Hello, everybody coming in. Margaret. Bless Mama. Yeah, y'all wish Susie a happy birthday. Susie's been with me a long time. So I don't know if y'all have heard, hey, Bobby, Millie's brother has been sick, and he passed away this morning. I was just finding this out a little bit before I went live because I've been not looking today or anything. So Millie was real close to her brother, and yeah, she just passed on the word that he's gone. So if Millie's listening or comes by this, she's been an OG around here. She's not only my mod, she's my friend. Thank you, Shannon. I'm trying to read that. Thank you. I believe there's enough good left to make sure evil fucks who took Sebastian will never know peace till they're found. Absolutely. Absolutely. Millie's been a great friend, a great mod, a great person. She loves her brother. She loves her family. And I want her to know that I love her dearly. And if there's anything I can do, Millie, you let me know. Millie was definitely there for me when my mom died and the stuff I went through. And Millie, I am there for you. Hey, Whispering Winds and everybody coming in. Prayers for everyone that needs them. I don't know Tam here. I did send her a cash app the other day. She hasn't asked for anything. Heidi, thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear. You know what? She hasn't asked for a thing, but I'm going to go ahead and she's probably going to kill me for this. I'm going to put her, I'm going to put her, she's never asked for anything between me and her and, like just a couple of us as friends. We, through the years have sent things as far as through Amazon and little things like that. But I sent her something the other day. I had to, I didn't ask her. She didn't know it was a surprise. Well, that's not a surprise when you're in the hospital, but I asked Annabella, I'm like, we need to do something because going through the hospitals, the cafeteria, different things, y'all know. Anyway, a couple of us sent her something, but why do I can't get to I can't think because, that's your friend and you can't think. Let me, hold on. I'm gonna see. Hold on. It is her Cash App. Let's put it out, Janice, if you can, because I'm on this computer. Actually, let me do it. I think I can do it. It's $, and it's just Millie, Milly, RN 777. Let me see. It'll take me a minute. Let's do that. Hold on. Cash sign MILLYRN 777. There you go. Thank you, Justin. And then if if anybody wants to send anything, of course it will help. Of course. She's been around. She mods for a lot of people. And let me get this up here. And then if you, I don't think she has a Venmo or anything like that. I've never known her to ask for anything or do anything. So if she does, I don't know it, Justin, if she does or don't or anything like that. Millie never asks. She's a helper. She's a helper. But let's go. I'm going to leave that up here. Let's just go ahead, and it makes me tear up. It makes me tear up. Life is so crazy. But yeah, if you want to send anything, just send it. I'm sure everything. She's probably like anybody else when things like this happen. You don't know. You don't know if you're coming or going. Honestly, you really don't. You don't know. You don't know. So I just want her to know we love her. Hey, Trooper's mom. I just want her to know we love her and we care about her. And if she needs anything, we're here. I'm here. Millie, I love you if you hear this or see this. And just know we're praying for you. You can call me anytime, day or night. So there's that. I wanted to get that out, the very first thing today and let y'all know that. So she's been going through it, and that's why you haven't seen her around. She's been taking care of her family. So love you all. I love you all. So I wanted to let you know that. But I hope on this May 3rd, on Saturdays, 2025, that everybody else is doing good. I know there's a lot of people out there that do need help and that do need prayers. Just continue to pray. Hello, BMW Coupe, always on empty 72. Everybody, I love y'all. I've been sitting here today, going through emails, watching it pour down rain, just doing some things around here. I got to talk to a few people online and through email. I've learned some things, not very earth-shattering or anything like that. But I was like, I can't wait to go live today. I don't care if I'm on here 2 hours or an hour or 3 hours. I really don't care today. My son came over today a little bit with the kids, but I want to show y'all what he brought me. He says it's an early Mother's Day gift. Okay. We'll see about that. Okay. I'm just saying. If it is, I'm going to tell you, it's the best present ever, y'all. Kimberly, hello, welcome. But he always does that. And then he says, I'll get you something else. But watch, it ain't about that. Y'all are going to die when you see this. You're going to die. And I didn't even put them on until after I show y'all. Y'all are going to trip. You're going to trip. I was like, it's the little things, honey. It's the little things look. And I've never had these, okay? I've never had these, okay? Now, look what my son found me. And it's not just this. I know, Janice. I know. It's okay. But look what he found. The hey dudes with the smiley face. Okay, but wait a minute. Not only is it, look, it says Smiley's World. It says Smiley's World. Oh my gosh. It says Smiley's World. I am like, are you serious? Smiley's World? I could, at first he just showed me where it said Smiley. I'm like, cool. And he's like, look, Smiley's World. I'm like, oh my God. Hey dudes. And they are so comfortable. My son is the bomb.com. My son is, and they're of course trademark. But I am like, are you kidding me? They are awesome. I love them, and I love him. Oh my gosh. He rocks. But look, this is my number 2. We call them numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. we call them by numbers, and this is number 2. Not so much now, but used to he would get something on his, and he'd be like, darn. He would take after he got grown, he would take all of his stuff to the cleaners. Don't wash this, do this. He'd be telling me how to do it. Okay. We used to call him Cinderella. Okay. We used to call him Cinderella. No, he didn't get them custom made. It's a trademark. It is a trademark, Pamela. There really is a Smiley World trademark out there that, oh yeah, he's perfection, honey. And he told me they only had 2 sizes like that. Now, if they don't fit, I had to take them back. Now, the other one was just like, he's like, I had to make sure they kind of had something on them. The other one did. He's like, so I wanted to make sure they had to look good. I'm like, Lord have mercy. He's not as bad as he used to be. His kids are always dressed to the nines. He may get them at Team U, or is that how you say it, Team U or something like that, but he keeps them dressed to the nines, honey. But yeah, they're not there. It is a trademark that it's not mine. I mean, it is, it said Smiley's World on it. And he took the time to stop, look, get all the things. I was so happy. And they're so comfortable because I can't stand anything. I love to go barefoot. Yeah. But Trooper's mom said, between you and Justin, my day is brighter. I'm so happy. I am so happy. I'm so happy. I'm happy I can make somebody's day brighter. But it's the little things that make me happy. Honey, it's the little things that make me happy. I do. I am so blessed. Yeah, I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. And so, it is what it is. I'm blessed to have y'all in my life. I'm blessed to have y'all in my chats. I'm blessed to get the emails that I get. And I was so, oh, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Mike. Sounds like you raised your son right. Happy for you. They are perfect. And sometimes you try to raise them right and they go this way, but then sometimes, and then they come back. But he loves his mama. I will tell you that. He loves his mama. Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for that. Thank you. Whoop, whoop. Thank you. But yeah, I was very shocked. He took the time to do that. But I'm very blessed. I'm very thankful. Very thankful. I don't know what I would do without my kids. I don't know how some of these people just go on and on. And speaking of that, I have a little tidbit for y'all. Everybody thinks that Katie and Chrissy Poo Poo was or have been split up or whatever, have been on the rocks. They might have been on the rocks, but it seems that they had a little kissy and made up, at least for the moment. At least for the moment. I got a little tidbit of information. Last night, it seems they were in Gallatin together eating at Longhorn Steakhouse. Of course, people's going to say, they got to eat. But they were together. Hey, Retha Bell. And if you notice, I said Longhorn. Seems they changed their little steakhouse. Maybe Katie did get them kicked out of Texas Roadhouse after all. I don't know. With that little fit she threw. Don't know. They're still getting their steak. They're still living high on the hog. Seems, rumor has it, they were 2 other people with them. I think they were both elderly women, or maybe it was an elderly woman and elderly man, but I think it was 2 elderly people. That's all I know. I don't know if they were both women or not, but elderly people. And actually, one of them had to get up and go, it looked like, to the restroom. And Mr. Chris was being a gentleman, imagine that, and literally got up and walked the lady to the restroom. Don't know who the people was. Don't know who they were. I'd have loved to have been a fly on that wall. But Chris, I want you to think he's all gentlemanlike. Yes, sir. No, sir. Makes me wonder, though, but I'm sure it was not the Bower socks. Hey, Julie. Hello. Welcome. Hey, Lakeathan. So, I don't know. Wife number 6, I don't know. Wonder why Katie couldn't get up and be mannerly like and take the lady to the restroom. Just asking. Kiki said, if I were them, I did what I did. I missed it. And I did what I did. I would be too embarrassed to go out and put. Isn't that the truth, honey? There are some things I just don't want to show my face for. If anybody in my family did something and they knew me, I'm just saying. Yeah, that Gypsy said that's just him controlling, making sure she didn't escape. Maybe the mother-in-law and auntie. I don't know. Somebody said they didn't think it was her parents or anybody. But I don't know. Elderly, though. Elderly. You know, these people change their looks so much. Maybe mother-in-law wouldn't be scared to change her looks, even though she's got, 99 reasons not to. I'm just saying. Who knows? 99 reasons not to go out of the house, I meant. Who knows? Did you recheck your court behind Chris and his family if Yala coat guy was there now that we know more what he looks like. Maybe he was there. Maybe it was yellow coat guy. I didn't check that, but possible. It's possible. Thank you, Holly S. Hello, hello. I'm not the one that's seen them, so don't be going and getting no RO on me because I did not see them. I was not there. But somebody sure was. Somebody was. It interested me that they changed to Longhorn up in Gallatin. I don't know. No Texas Roadhouse last night for them, though. No Texas Roadhouse last night for them. That was interesting. That was interesting to me. Must be these ladies live in Gallatin because there is a Longhorn in Gillishville. Or maybe they just didn't want to be seen. Maybe they were trying not to be seen. Sometimes, you know how it is when you think, I'm not going to brush my hair. I'm not going to put on no makeup. I'm running to Walmart. And as soon as you do, that's when you see everybody. Or I'm going to Publix. I never go to Publix. I always go to Winn-Dixie. Honey, that's when you'll run into everybody. I'm just saying. They were wondering who the old guy was, and I noticed he had old man glasses on like my dad used to wear. Oh, so it was a man. Oh. You saw too? Chrissy Poo Poo, y'all can't go nowhere. Y'all can't go nowhere. I'm just saying. You can't go nowhere, honey. Y'all can't. And this internet is going to find out. We going to know. We are going to know. But do y'all know what? Children do not just vanish. Whoop, whoop, new member. Second to number one became a YouTube member in Smiley's World. Smiley Squad. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you, love you. Love you. If y'all are real good, I might actually take some phone calls today as well. I don't know. I'm in a mood today. I'm in a real mood today. We never know. We never know what Smiley's going to do. Just go ahead and put them thumbs up. The Inquirer wants to know, right, Troopers Mom? Grave Crime said that would be fun, Smiley. I tell you, I heard from some people that's in that community. That was interesting and that was fun. We're going to get there. Mamaw, thank you for the super sticker. Whoop, whoop. Woo. Thank you so much. Yeah, they said they never expected this to be so big. Maybe I'm doing good because I got a little Dr. Pepper in me. I hadn't drunk Dr. Pepper in a couple months. Oh, and it tastes so good. Hi, Dark Side of Crime. Welcome. But children don't just vanish without a trace. Sebastian did. And that's really disturbing to me, right? It's really disheartening. It breaks my heart. You decided to become a member of my favorites. Oh, thank you so much. I'm feeling spunky today. Dr. Pepper looks good. It is good. Every once in a while, it's not going to hurt to have a Dr. Pepper. I've tried to cut down on them, but I needed it today. My body can tell me when I need something. I always know when I need salt. I always know when I need something sweet, which I'm not a big sweet eater, but I always know. I don't know. My body just tells me. When I went to the doctor the other day, I was low on iron and vitamin D, so I've been taking that. I just feel spunky today, honey. Do I ever get vanilla? Once in a blue moon. But I love my regular Dr. Pepper. Caffeine for headaches, yeah. Thank you, Whispering. Hey, Tar Heel. Hello, hello. You always drink water during the week and have a soda on Saturday and Sunday. Ann says, I always hit the thumbs up before I come in. Thank you, Ann. I'll tell you, Ann, you was a hit yesterday. Yeah, Grave, I've been trying to do that with my Cokes. Because, look, I'm not going to lie. I ain't giving up coffee for nobody. No matter what, I ain't giving up my coffee. So I've been trying to do better on Cokes and stuff like that. All I need is Jesus. That's right. But it is disheartening that Sebastian went missing and just vanished. Poof. But here's the thing. Kids don't just go missing on their own without a trace. Even though he did or he seems to have, somebody knows. Somebody knows where he went. In my opinion alone, they know. Katie knows. Chris knows. Hey, Alicia. Good to see you. Heidi. So that means he didn't leave on his own. He didn't vanish on his own. I don't think that can happen in the real world. Somebody knows. It just don't happen. Somebody out there still knows. And he needs to be found. He does. He needs to be found. I think without a trace is impossible. Chris said, go to the church, Seth. You'll find him. What is that supposed to mean? What church? Do they have him in a closet somewhere at the church? Is he in the daycare at the church? Where's he at, Chris? What church? I don't understand. A lot of us have questions. What church? Someone out there in this world knows where Sebastian is. Someone out there in that in the world is sitting on their hands, keeping silent. Somebody knows something, but they're not saying anything. They know everything, and they won't come forward. Why? Everything in the dark always comes to light. Me, Mama, in their family, they do. I still think that would be, in my opinion, hard for somebody to do something at a funeral home. That's just me. That's just me. Beach Bum said, if you didn't want anyone to recognize your recent child, would you share a recent picture or older picture? Exactly. Why are they showing, even on America's Most Wanted, they're still showing pictures that when he was 7, 8, 9 years old. Hey, Debbie W. Why? Why would you, in the biggest show ever that could get his name and face out there around the world, pull out these pictures of him when he was younger? Make that make sense. Mike said, I miss my mother so much. Unconditional love. Yes, at times with me. Mothers are the rock and strength. Why may struggle with thought of Katie doing anything with no evidence? Exactly. And we don't want to think any parent, especially a mother, would harm her child. Again, every single time, and I was a lot younger then, every single time I go back to Susan Smith. Me and my husband both. And I bring that up every time because I didn't watch her. I heard her. I wasn't paying attention. I had smaller kids, on America's Most Wanted. I mean, not America's Most Wanted, on the morning show, Good Morning America, and all that, talking and stuff. But I wasn't really paying attention. My husband had left, and he come in that night in the hall door, and I was laying on the couch. I wasn't looking, but I heard her on America's Most Wanted talking. When my husband come through that door, I told him, I said, she killed them kids. He said, no way. We were younger. When we know about that stuff. He said, there's no way a mother would do that. I said, watch and see. Sure enough, y'all know the story. You know the story. It happens. It's horrible. Nobody wants to think a mother would do that, especially over a man. It's horrible. I think, in my opinion, Katie Lynn Proudfoot knows exactly what happened to her son. That's what I think. With this mother, Katie Lynn Proudfoot, February 25th, 2024, at their home on Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville, Sumner County. According to both her and Christopher Proudfoot, the stepdad, Chris was in Memphis at work. Now, LE, they haven't come out and stated, however. Law enforcement has not come out and stated anything about Chris being there. But law enforcement, to be fair, we're going to do this both ways. Law enforcement does have GPS tracking on all of Chris's locations and movements during that time frame. Now, they haven't come out and told us that. They're not going to. And if it shows his truck was not there, it does not mean Chris was not there. Let me say that. Okay? Nobody's come out and cleared Chris. Nobody's come out and said, Chris. No, Chris is cleared. Police haven't come out and said, we know factual Chris was not there. Right? Even if they cleared his truck, which they haven't come out and said, it don't mean Chris was not there. Let's talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about that, do they? Remember, Chris could have been there by his family. He could have been there by his motorcycle. He could have borrowed a car. He could have been there 100 different ways. That's a fact. Justin said yesterday he feels that DA will not do hold on, will not do M charges, but they may do a different charge. But Justin no longer believes he will definitely be found. And of course, Ellie isn't looking for him. Did Justin say he don't think Ellie's looking for him? DA won't do M charges because they can't prove Sebastian isn't alive. Well, I missed that part. I don't know what to say on that. Hey, Drew. Hello, hello, hello. Alicia said, well, I believe it's known they aren't. They aren't going to find him, or they aren't going to do anything. They haven't done any searches. They aren't looking. I believe they're still getting tips and they're still looking. I believe they're following up on every tip. And I believe when they do arrest, well, they have to have reason to do M charges. I mean, that's, they have to have the reason. Hold on. I can send Smiley screenshots, and Lolly asked the person to contact her. I don't know if they did or not. They said woman with dark hair, 2 men from Texas Roadhouse went to house, and CP and KP involved, allegedly. Yeah, I mean, send me whatever you got, and I'll look at it in just a minute. Yeah, please do. Makes me wonder what they are doing. I hope they are getting tips. Yeah, I think they're still getting tips. The FBI reward was done to tips coming in. Let's see. Thank you, not crazy. Troopers, I don't think he will be any parent. He's pretty. But I think they are. I think they are looking, and I think there will be a case. I do. Everybody can think what they want and how they want, but I do think they are building a case. Yeah, here's my email. Thank you. Yeah, send it in, and I'll definitely look at it. Look at it here in a minute, because we're definitely going to be on here a while. Let me just say that. We're going to be on here a while. I just hope, yeah, I do too, Bobby. I just hope he's found safe and sound and he's brought home. I personally don't think that will be the case, that he's safe and sound. That's just me, but I always hold out hope. And I do think everything needs to be looked at. And I don't want to say, because I think that nobody else should give up and not think that. And I know his dad certainly is not giving up until he has proof of otherwise. Period. He's not. But they are not cleared. Absolutely are not cleared. Chris and Katie is not cleared. And that's just that. I do too, Miss Ann. They're not giving up. They're going to find him one way or another. The truth is going to come out. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they can. And it's been done many times in Tennessee. Many times in Tennessee. Absolutely. They thought they don't like to do it without a body. They did it in Janet March's case, honey, and he, all them was lawyers and all the things. They really thought they was going to get away with some crap. But they don't like to. Janet got her justice, though. Happy Saturday, Fly Girl. In the end, Seth has a case no matter what. He's waiting for the case. Exactly. He has a case for a lot of, he has something for everybody if he pursues it. Exactly, he does, in my opinion. Absolutely. Yeah, just all this crap he said. Why would you say some of the things he said? See, right now, in my opinion, what Chris is doing, him and Katie, in my opinion, they're sitting back laughing at everybody, even the cops. Even the cops. Yeah, exactly. All that was unfounded. Unfounded, you know. I mean, y'all, everybody can think what they want. It ain't about being on sides or liking this one over that one or whatever. It's all of that was unfounded. Every bit of it. On the other hand, Chris's and them was not. You want to know something? And this is my own personal opinion, mine and mine alone. I feel like if you had to line all of them up, Seth, Chris, Katie, Melissa, all the Bowersocks, everybody in a lineup, and you had to choose who was the weakest link, I would say Chris was the weakest link. That's just my opinion. That's just me and my opinion. I would say Chris is the weakest link and he's a loose cannon. I'm not sure. I mean, has she done something more recent, or do you mean when I was there, or I don't know. I mean, I did talk to her. She got sent the stuff. Everybody was blowing her up when it was the honeysuckle place and all that. She just says she couldn't tell either way. And I just don't know. I don't know. And yeah, in my opinion, but he is the weakest link. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and that I feel like it's just my opinion that they know. No, I don't think they have. I don't think any of them have. They didn't have any reason to. They didn't have anything to gain by lying, in my opinion. But like I said, yeah, it's proven there was abuse in the Proudfoot home. Period. I just wonder where all the abuse is going now. You know. But Chris could have been there by any other way. And I think it was pre-planned. I don't care what nobody says. Some creators don't believe. Sorry. Is that what he said? Uh-oh. I don't feel, I mean, I feel it was pre-planned. I do. I feel it's pre-planned. You know. Now, if something happened to Sebastian and he is no longer with us, was that part pre-planned? I don't know. I would hate to think something like that was pre-planned, but I think the majority of this whole entire situation was pre-planned. I do. I think Chris just wanted to be in his home. I think he was not supposed to be there, whether it be on his own free will or they gave Katie an ultimatum. You have to get Sebastian away from him or him away from Sebastian, or you and Sebastian have to leave. By him being a minor, she would have had to go with him or whatever. Or, and Seth couldn't take him at that time, or they didn't want Seth to know about CB. Whatever the situation was. And by Chris working in Memphis, Chris agreed to leave because he wanted to protect and love Katie and his family, so he says. He's the protector. Hey, Amanda. And he just says, well, I'll leave. I'll work in Memphis. You just go on about your business, lady. And, I got a place to stay, because he's so gentleman. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right, Lisa. Oh, and another thing. Let me ask you something. Why did they not have any cameras at their house? No cameras at home. Okay, yeah, right. But when he was going on about Heather came all up there and the PI, she just come unannounced and come up there and was trespassing, and we were upgrading our cameras. Whoops, what did you say? Upgrading? I thought you didn't have no cameras to upgrade. But anyway, that ain't even where I'm going with this. So, whether they were installing cameras and yada, 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 why? Too late to protect your family now. Your Sebastian's not there. Katie and you don't stay there anymore. Katie's not there in the dark with a child that's got problems that she may need to have cameras on her. But yet, you have a camera on your fifth wheel. What is so important in that fifth wheel up in Memphis with you? Why a camera on that? Why? Is there gold in there or something? I'm just curious. Just curious. Brutally Honest said Nina also was pretty cold in the leaked video of her reaction to being told Sebastian was missing. Why was she pretty cold? What do you mean she was pretty cold? First of all, why did he take the time to even call her? Yeah, Nina had nothing to do with Sebastian. That wasn't her problem right then. I mean, she needed to know, but she didn't need to know right then. What was she supposed to say? And she didn't even know if he was telling the truth or a lie. She offered to help. What do you mean pretty cold? She offered to help. She offered to get flyers and stuff. And because she didn't believe CP. Well, I might have not have believed him either, to be honest with you. She looked it up once she looked it up. But once she looked it up, I understand what y'all are saying, but I was going to say, once she looked it up, she offered to get people to help. She offered to pass it around. He was with her like he was with me. As soon as we got off of my interview for 3 hours, I text him and I said, Chris, send me one of those yard signs or some. I will pay for them. We're sitting here 15 months later, still hadn't got none. He don't want them yard signs out. Not here in Florida, not nowhere. He's triggered by the billboards. He don't want them out. They're for props. They were for props when Olivia concerned saying you lost a whole person and ruined their vacation. Wow, defend her. What do you want me to do? He tried to kill her. He smacked her kids in the mouth. I'm sorry if she was a little, he didn't want his daughter around her little girl. He's trying to take that kid for his mom. What? Excuse the hell out of me. What do you want her to do? Oh, Chris, I still love you so much. My God, let me fly down there on my dime and do everything and get on the ground and search, and you can just have faith and I'll go do everything that I can. And let me drop these charges in court while I'm thinking about it. What the hell do you want from her? I'll wait. And let me come down there and hold your wife's hand that you cheated on with me. For God's sakes, what's wrong with y'all? Really brutally honest? Well, what do you think AB was right about? What was AB right about? You want to talk about AB now? What you want to talk about AB? What was AB right about? If you thought AB was right, then you should be over at AB's. I thought we were talking about Sebastian, not AB. Would you like to call in? Because I got a phone number you can call in on. I'm not going to give you a link. Hold on. Hell, where did my number go? Y'all put my number up. 448-232-4450. You want to call me? Come on, brutally honest. Well, Chris is welcome to call in too. I'm not talking about Sebastian. I can't talk about Sebastian, brutally honest, because you're interrupting my live. So I'm addressing you right now. And what you're doing is you're bringing AB into this. Is AB still on YouTube? I don't know. I think at least AB has more manners than you do. You seem to. So you seem to not learn nothing from AB. How about that? Look, Alicia says AB even believes the Proudfoots are guilty of sin. See, I knew he was smart. It don't matter, show poodles. Oh, what's the matter? You don't want to call in? Okay. Now I can get back. Okay. All right, brutally honest. Let's see. You can't speak about Sebastian because you're too busy talking about CP and KP. God forbid you look at all sides and question everything. Well, and that's what I'm going to do. And you're not going to tell me how to run my channel. How about that? And if you wasn't such a weakling, you would call my number and call in. And then we could talk about it. So what are you scared of? Big bad Smiley? Anyway, we're going to continue to talk about Chris and Katie because guess what? That's whose house Sebastian disappeared from. No, you don't have to call in. I'm sure you won't. Brutally honest. Sure you're not. So how about this? Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm turning my chat off and turning my camera off, and I'm going to continue with what I'm doing. How about that? So, Chris wanted to be in his own home. And he did not want anyone of any authority to ever believe Sebastian, in my opinion. He wanted everybody to think Sebastian was a liar. And Katie went along with whoever and whatever Chris said. And that was not the right thing for her son. It definitely was not the right thing for her son. Ellie stated both Chris and Katie have cooperated with them, but they have never said they are innocent. Never. Again, cooperation does not mean innocent. And today, almost 15 months later, I don't think either of them, Katie or Chris, is still cooperating with them. But that's just my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinions. I'd love to hear LE, though, come out and say if they are, but they won't. LE has said they are exploring all, that's ALL, all possibilities. And I'm sorry to tell you all this, but all possibilities include foul play, mom knowing. All possibilities include Chris possibly being there and possibly other families knowing or being a part of. And to be fair, even yes, Seth, even though they know he has an airtight alibi, it's important to know LE said they are not ruling out anything. And this is an ongoing investigation. The primary search area has been concentrated on from LE and volunteers and stuff like that has been Sumner County. But we can't get a straight answer from LE if Clarksville has been searched. But I know people has called and they haven't answered on that. I'm talking about by the police, by them or their volunteers. However, the FBI and the missing poster by the FBI for Sebastian notes he has ties to Clarksville. Family and acquaintances is usually what that suggests. While we all know that that is where his dad Seth lives, and he spent weekends or alternate weekends with him, Chris and Katie was asked if he knew how to get there. Immediately, they both said yes. They both said yes. So could he have got out and ran from Katie? Why would he run from his mother, though? Could he ran away to walk to his dad's? Sure. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it probable? No. And also, where is the camera footage? I call bullshit. Where is the camera footage? To me, that didn't happen. Wake up, people. Again, in my opinion, Sebastian did not walk out of that house. He did not hitch a ride. Nobody came and got him. It would have been on camera. It would have been on camera somewhere, even if none of those cameras in the neighborhood. It would have been on camera somewhere, some camera footage. In my opinion, alive or not, Katie, in my opinion, took him out in that car, either in the trunk or laying down in the back seat. Either he was sedated or he was not alive. That is my opinion. He was over-medicated or he was not alive. Also, for someone, and that someone being Chris, who was not at home all month, which we know was a lie. And I'm telling you, Ellie does have that on camera. You can believe what you want. Whether he was there in his damn truck or not, trust me. For somebody who was not in that area all month, allegedly, he has all the answers to everything. And I mean everything. From start to finish. He corrects people. And if they say it wrong or they asked a question, He questions, why was it asked like that? Oh God, was it a trap? Is this a trap? Don't say it like that. Yet he tells everything with a very good memory, like it or not, like he was there, like he has this photographic picture show in his mind. And again, like Chris is reliving it, like he's seeing everything play over and play out in his head and in his mind. Like it's a damn picture show. He talks about it with a smirk on his face. He's enjoying it, in my opinion. It's every breath he takes and every step he takes. It's like he enjoys it. Can't tell me y'all haven't noticed that. Also, Katie looks at him to make sure she says the right thing or stays with the script. They both laugh. This is not normal, people. You don't have to be a professional to know this. You just have to have a little bit of common sense. A little bit of common sense goes a long, long way. Let me see what y'all are saying. Let me see. Nope, he didn't walk out of that house anywhere. Yep. Yeah, they made sure their camper was secure, didn't they? They sure did. I don't know. They've kept his daddy pretty quiet and pretty out of it. I'd like to know a lot of things about Mr. Mike. Yes, I have, Mimi. Yep. Exactly. Well, I'll tell you this. What if they did? I'll tell you what. How did they do it? I'm going to tell you how they did, if they did. If they did, it's because Katie and or Chris or somebody in that family just handed him over to them. That's how. Thank you. Yep, and Chris admits that, so make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't know. Make it make sense. And if Chris would have called 911, it would have told where he was in Memphis or Mississippi or hell in the Inglewood Kroger's 5 to 10 miles down the road. Right? He wasn't doing that. And Katie could have easily called 911 herself and even had Chris on three-way. But why didn't she? Why didn't she? The fact is, The K9 did not pick up any scents. Forget it. There's no scent of Sebastian. You have a 5'5", 120-pound young man. If he was out there in the woods or walked away, they would have found him. They find prisoners. They find bank robbers. They find people that's, whoever steal something and walk in and out of Walmart. They find people that go in a convenience store, put grainy video up on the TV. They find them. But they couldn't find Sebastian. Oh, but remember, Chris said he would never be found, right? Look, I heard and I hear, and as recently as a few days ago, from people in that community. Let me tell you what they told me just recently. People in that community want justice. Actually, they demand justice, and they deserve to know. And they say Seth deserves to know. They tell me Chris is a piece of shit. That's what they tell me. And they tell me the sheriff's office don't believe Sebastian walked out of that house. And they tell me that there's no evidence that he did any such of a thing as walking out of that house. And I'm told that the community is split, and this is the way that they're split. They told me that 80% thanks and points to his mother. 20% believe it's criminal, but they're trying to get more information before they cast blame on them. And no one in that community believes it's a stranger. Everyone, I'm told, thinks Chris is unhinged. And I'm told this is far from a cold case. I was also told the mother and stepfather no longer communicate with LE, which we all have that right in this country. That's the great thing about this country. But there's no urgent pleas. They're not trying to find information out about Sebastian. They're just living their life, which, as you can see, I was just given this information about last night. They're out living their life high on a hog. They don't have an extra mouth to feed. They're just going on to other steakhouses. It don't matter if they can go to Texas Roadhouse or not. They just go wherever. Still living high on a hog. I also hear they're not asking questions because people say, in their opinion, they believe they already know. And a lot of people I hear in that community think Sebastian won't be found. And they say a lot of that is in part to the stepdad, Chris, saying that with his own words. And everyone can't help but to believe that and think that because of him saying that. I also was told that that absolutely was not a trash truck, and the trash pickup don't even take place at that hour. Everyone thinks Chris needs more looking into. And that's the latest, because they say he is definitely unhinged. I don't know. And I don't know, L. Kennedy. I have no clue. Yeah, there is no evidence of that to anyone. Let's watch some video for a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm going to share this screen. Let's watch. I want y'all to listen to this real good, okay? We've heard it before. We're going to listen to again. This was maybe day 5. I'm not sure. We're going to listen to it again. Channel 2.
Today is what I'll describe as a redundant search. We have mapped out more search grids, sent responders out to specific grids. They search that area, they clear it, they come back, they get another search grid, and they go back out. Yesterday, for lack of a better term, we threw everything that we possibly could throw at this. I'll show you a picture of the map in just a moment. We absolutely obliterated covering the area where Sebastian could have walked off to. Obviously, there's a litany of things that could have happened to Sebastian, and none of them we can presume are credible or validate yet. So we're doing everything we can. Every lead that we get, we're following. If someone calls and says, hey, I think we saw him by the pond, we're going to the pond and checking. Nothing's off the table at this point.
Okay, and I guess the priority has it moved from a 2-perimeter search, right, 2-mile perimeter, to now how wider?
We're at about 5-mile width right now. We keep, as we clear the areas, we keep expanding. We do get calls and tips from time to time, and we take some of the teams we have here, respond to that area, and either corroborate or invalidate the tip.
Okay, great. And
we know that you guys earlier were saying that not discouraging the public from coming out. Is that still the same message now?
So right now we have enough first responders on the ground here that we can communicate with, that have the same training. They have the apps that we use to track, and there's a litany of reasons that it's important right now. There may come a time when we call on the public to come out and help us search, but right now we have plenty of first responders on scene. The best thing the public can do to help us is keep sharing it on social media. If you see something, say something, call the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838 and check your home surveillance video. Just check. If you see something, call us. We'll come out and look. I think that's going to be what breaks the case, is somebody's home surveillance video seeing something.
Okay. And at what point are people going to be coming out and invited to come out in those searches? I know a lot of people are itching to come out to help.
They absolutely are. Sumner County is the greatest place on earth. I truly believe that. We have the absolute greatest citizens here, but we also have the best law enforcement relationships in the county. We've got people from across the state here, the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Hendersonville's here, Gallatin sent people. We have plenty of first responders. So my urge to the public right now would be to check your home videos and stay rested.
Listen to what he says about the shoes. This is why I like this one.
Okay. And then did you want to speak as well before we continue? Okay, I'm going to get you mic'd up.
Okay, go ahead. In the meantime, when you approach this search, is it different looking for a child than an adult?
It's definitely different looking for a child with autism. Yesterday, we consulted with someone in the first responder world who does emergency management, who also has children who are autistic, and she kind of laid it out for us, some things that I didn't understand or comprehend at first. She gave us a lot of tips and tricks, so we've had several calls from people with autistic relatives that have told us, hey, have you thought about this? And listen, there's nothing off the table. I don't care how crazy it sounds. If it's going to help me find Sebastian, get him home safe to his family, I'm going to do it.
And what are some of those considerations that go into looking for a child with autism?
Some of the things that he likes, what he's familiar with. We know that Sebastian likes cats. We were told that his favorite song was Eye of the Tiger. We tried playing that to just kind of calm him and let him know we're here to help him. I'm sure that he could see what's going on here and be intimidated. But if he sees this newscast, I want him to know, Sebastian, come out. We're here to help you. We just want to get you home safe.
And at this point, have you guys ruled out any indication of foul play?
I won't say that we've ruled out any indication of foul play, but I will say that the family has been nothing but cooperative.
Thank you,
with
Bobby.
Us.
Love you.
Nothing but cooperative. There's no indication of foul play at the moment.
Okay. How have those tips been of people coming in and offering up any information? Have you guys had any leads or any information that you can kind of share with that?
We've had several tips. One of the tips was that he was sighted off of Newman's Trail off Long Hollow Pike. We actually, when we got that tip, we sent a team out. We made contact with who they thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know.
And do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes. Or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
Boom.
Okay. And how's the family doing? Just to ask, I'm checking with them.
That shows me they don't believe a damn thing Katie said.
Is going through right now. I'm a dad. Director Widener's a dad. I don't know how they're handling it. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids.
Managing all of this, what's been going through your guys' mind? Just kind of juggling all of these people and having people come in from outside agencies as well. I mean, what's been going through your mind?
Well, I think Director Widener said it best. Every time we debrief and talk about what we've done, we're asking, what ideas do you guys have? Because, I think I'm a pretty good law enforcement officer, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I know that. So if someone's got an idea, and we've had some pretty good ideas come up, and we're gonna try everything we can. So keeping an open mind and doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
And then I also am told that he might be on medications as well due to his being on the autistic spectrum. What is that kind of looking like, and is that kind of upping the danger of the situation?
It definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him. So it definitely is increasing.
And then as people approach him, if they see him, are they advised to move slowly or call you guys first? Or I guess what's the recommendation?
I would definitely say call us first. If you're close
thank
enough
you,
to talk to
honey.
Sebastian,
Thank
talk in a
you.
calm, slow voice. Let him know that you're not there to hurt him. You're there to help him. And hopefully you can build a rapport with him until we can get there and bring him back to his family.
It was either day 5 or day 7. I
We've
can't
got
remember.
at least 10 agencies here. Yesterday, and Director Widener.
And Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER, Director, Sumner County Emergency Management Agency. So yesterday we had multiple agencies. We had 220 searchers on the ground, and we bring them in and they go through operations and they get assigned to search areas. So we're using a search program to track them, and they lay tracks from their cell devices, and we know where they're at, and they complete those search areas. They come back and they get reassigned, or we reassign them when they're in the field. So today we'll get a count on that, but I'd say we're over 150 searchers on the ground today, and multiple agencies, and THP helicopter, and I'm not sure what the chief went over, Metro's helicopter, TBI fixed wing, over 10 drones. We've got 12 K9 teams here, 8 mounted units yesterday, horses yesterday, and 10 here today. So we're covering as much ground as we can, and we keep expanding that search area. And we have pounded the area, the neighborhood that he went missing from, and the neighborhood adjacent, and we keep expanding that out.
And with the anticipation of the temperature dropping tomorrow and a chance for storms, is that going to change the search, or is it going to have any impact on his ability to survive?
We're concerned about the weather because we don't know exactly what he's dressed in, and we could have some flurries tomorrow. And the storms, so the wet, and you lose body temperature 30 times faster when you're wet than when you're dry in the air or in water. And so we're concerned about that, and the chance that we could have flurries tomorrow and those dropping temperatures. So we'll continue to work with drones and FLIR and we've actually utilized tactical teams, SWAT teams, the county ERT, and night vision that our operators have, and they've been in the field for many hours at nighttime.
Yeah, that was my next question. How do you guys operate these searches at night? I know.
Thank you, just another human.
Soon, and it's going to get dark pretty soon here today again. How does those searches go in, and how do you keep those effective?
Yeah, flashlights, FLIR, and night vision.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'll say we do change our tactics based on the weather. So last night we did that. Not ready yet to describe exactly how we did that because we may have to apply that again tonight or tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And then at this point, what you were kind of talking about it earlier with the body kind of going to shock with these low light temperatures. And you guys have originally said that 2 mile perimeter, just because that's as far as usually someone will walk. But are you expecting at this point he'll be tired, exhausted, sleeping? I mean, I guess what are you kind of estimating?
See, one said
teenagers are resilient.
He ain't ready to say no shoes, and the other one said not sure what he was dressed in. See?
We think that when he gets fatigued, he should rest, and he doesn't. Apparently, doesn't.
I'm telling y'all, that's why I love this video. They don't believe Katie.
And probably sleeps a little more in the day, so we hope he's laying down and resting, and we just want to. We don't want him to outwalk the search, and the ground that he can cover on foot. We're working with that, and we're putting that into consideration when we create the areas that we search.
And then who's helping out with the aerial searches as well?
There's multiple agencies. TBI's helped, Metro Nashville's helped, Tennessee Highway Patrol's helped, our drone team, North Star has helped. Wilson County is going to come help with some aerial coverage. The Sumner County Emergency Management drone team has been phenomenal. There's really no limit. If there's a resource out there that can help us, we've called and we've asked for it.
Pretty much every county every agency in the county, and then counties from across the state, quite honestly. And with the plea, and I think I heard Chief talking about that earlier. We have a lot of people wanting to volunteer, and we are really looking to put trained personnel on the ground that are familiar with search and operations and have the ability to perform limited rescue operations. And we've got teams on standby if we have a rescue situation. And so there's a lot that goes into that, and we can track these personnel a lot easier. So.
Are divers still on scene as well?
They're on standby.
They're on standby.
Is there anything else that you guys want to add about that?
Continue to share the social media page. If you see something, say something. Check your home surveillance video. Those are really the huge things that the public can do to help us right now find Sebastian.
So we had a child walk up, a lady walk up today with a child who's autistic. They're from Watertown, and the little boy wanted to tell us where he thought Sebastian could be, and he told me very forthright where he thought he would go if he were lost. That he would go towards creeks, and he would go behind buildings, and the different things that he would do. And he told his mom this morning that he wanted to come up here and tell us where he thought Sebastian might be.
See, that's the reason I love that one. In my opinion, I believe they didn't believe a damn thing that Katie or Chris told them. That's just my opinion. That's my thoughts and my opinions. Nobody, and again, well, I mean, you're right on that. And they haven't arrested her, have they? Funny you should say her. Brutally honest, I'm beginning to wonder if you're Chris. I, again, am asking Chris to either call in or come up here. I have the hard questions. I think Chris is the weakest link, and I think he's still scared to come up here. Thank you, Bobby, for being a member, a YouTube member. Thank you for coming to Smiley Squad. Love you, Bobby. Love you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. See, this is what I think. Katie, if you're listening, I think you're going to get all the blame in the end. I just think you're going to get all the blame, honey. I do. That's just me in my opinion. But hey, when you choose a man over your child, you know, that's what it is. That's what you're going to get. Katie don't want to turn into, she don't want to go from her riches back to rags. I always said it, and I'll say it again. Yeah, just come back as yourself, Chris. Chris has many, many, many troll accounts. Many, many, many troll accounts. All right, let's watch another one. Credit Shay's safe place.
What's this bitch?
Green cup, and he was like, "Mom."
I bet that makes Chris mad.
You are unhinged, woman. What the hell?
Yeah, everything.
Shay's been doing some good stuff over there.
Definitely.
I'll drop your link.
Home straight from Texas Roadhouse, and we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. And he is on video, and the FBI was able to clear it up and confirm that it's him.
No, they didn't.
Even though you could tell it's him from a mile away because of how he runs, it's just, you could tell from his mannerisms. It's like, you look at it, it's him running, but still.
Why was he running to take the trash out anyways?
Exactly.
That doesn't make sense.
So here's something that's very unique. I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us and they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped.
Really?
Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, you know, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdo all these agencies.
But you think you did.
There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdo everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because, nothing. You know, and it's, you know, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to
I will, Bobby. I'll find it.
It's information that we still, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying.
Verbatim.
Is there anything you want us to change? Is there anything new?
When LE asked you if there's anything you'd like to change or is there anything new, you can bet your ass they're looking for any changes in your story, and you all have failed.
Thing we can't talk about. But you know the contrary. You know there's a mountain of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you know that all the people that make it seem like that Sumner County just has nothing and that they don't have a clue and there's just, you know, it's just, it disappeared like a unicorn, poof. None of that's true, correct?
That's correct. Children don't just disappear.
Sumner County hasn't been fooled here, have they?
No, they haven't. They have not.
I'm communicating with them almost every day. And obviously, from my understanding, she had her attorneys at her interview.
So he said, from his understanding, she had her attorneys at the interview. Why does she need attorneys? Just saying. Wow. Keep up the good work, Shay. I've seen a couple of your videos here lately, and she is really, really going hard. Yeah, and with them not wanting anybody in that house, something's there. Something ain't right. I also believe Seth wasn't allowed to talk to KP alone because he could read her. I'm not going to sugarcoat Seth either. He's done stuff he shouldn't. Well, look, nobody said Seth was perfect. Nobody said Seth was perfect. I don't think anybody in this whole shebang is perfect. I'm not perfect, and I'm sure you're not perfect. By any stretch of the means. Period. Nobody's perfect, and we were all born sinners, not saints. Period. Just saying. Well, let's see what else is going on here. Susie Little, thank you for becoming a member. Whoop, whoop. Hey, everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Klopp said, I'm pretty close to perfect, just saying. Yeah, Hope said, Seth was not the last to see his child either. Exactly, and that's the whole dang point. That's the whole point. Broodley said, I'm not going to accuse any of the parents of murder when there's no proof. Look at other families that have raked over the coals and were innocent. Well, you know what? That's life. They put themselves out here. And we have theories and thoughts. And you know what I said? Here's the thing. Katie put herself, first of all, she was on camera last seen with Sebastian. But then she locked herself in the house with Sebastian, allowed, again, herself to give Chris an alibi. Look, all I can tell you is this. Nobody knows for a fact what happened. Nobody. But either they're some of the world's dumbest ass criminals with coming out with the dumbest ass things to say, whether they did anything or not, or, you know, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say anymore. But my opinion is my opinion, and my opinion still stands. So you can like it, love it, hate it. I'm entitled to mine, and you're entitled to yours. And that's the only reason you ain't got your ass blocked right now, because you're entitled to it, and I don't hate you for it. You're entitled. But again, the truth, that's right, the truth never changes. And I can tell you, they're mighty suspicious. And the police ain't dumb, and the police don't believe it either. I didn't time you out. One of my mods did, and I don't question my mods. If they had a reason to time you out, okay. Something you said they didn't like. I didn't do it. If I did it, you gonna know it. And probably if I touched a button to do it, you'd be permanently blocked, because I can't fuck with that. I'm just telling you. Oh, they said you called me ignorant. So see, that's why you got timed out. Honey, I'm far from ignorant. Just saying. I could say you're the same, but I won't. Let's see.
Sixth, 2024. He was last seen 1 year ago, February 25th, 2024, allegedly by his mother.
This is
when she told
Mandy
him
over
to
at
go to
Spirit
bed
Seeker
that
Squad.
Sunday night.
Please drop a
Sebastian
link.
was
I love
15
Mandy.
when he was reported missing from his Hendersonville home in Sumner County, Tennessee. The title of this article is, quote, "We're never going to stop searching. Mother of Sebastian Rogers, 1 year without son." Now, there is a video. It's a little over 6 minutes long. If you would like for me to make a video or even go live and review that 6 minute and 23 second, I think, clip, let me know. Leave me a comment below and let me know.
Thank you,
So the
Susan.
article says, today marks 1 year since anyone has seen Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy with a magical smile from Sumner County. This is going to be hard for me to read this and not respond, not share my opinions, just like the title of Katie being quoted, "We're never going to stop searching." This is the first time that we have heard from Katie Proudfoot publicly since May of 2024. It is now February, almost the end of February 2025. It's almost a year, and we haven't heard from her in almost 9 months of this 12 months. So you're never going to stop searching? And what made me say that was because the article says Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy with a magical smile from Sumner County.
Hey, Lady
Now, I
Q.
absolutely agree with that. But if you go back and listen to the interviews that Katie did with her husband, Christopher
Right.
Proudfoot, they talk
the
about
buttons don't get
Sebastian's goofy
along.
smile, not magical smile. Sebastian disappeared from his home in the Shackle Island area on the night of February 25th, 2024. The now 16-year-old boy likely left his home with no shoes, wearing dark clothing, and possibly taking a flashlight, according to his mother, Katie Proudfoot. Now let's review this. See, this is going to be longer than I thought. I apologize. So the now 16-year-old boy likely left his home with no shoes. That's correct, because he was sent to bed. It was bedtime, allegedly, when he was last seen, right? Wearing dark clothing. That's according to his mother and his stepfather, Katie's husband, Chris Proudfoot. When Chris called the sheriff's office, not 911, he told them that Sebastian had on a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. That was later corrected by the two of them, saying that Sebastian was wearing a long sleeve t-shirt with an image on the front and black track pants with a white line or white stripe down either leg. And the flashlight, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father, who has been on every public platform that he can possibly be on over the last 12 months, searching for his son, out searching on foot for his son, out searching on water for his son. He said that the flashlight that they're talking about is a keychain flashlight that was a freebie given at one of the trade shows that he didn't even think worked anymore. And Katie said that when law enforcement is the one who asked her, "Hey, do you think he might have left with a flashlight since, you're saying that he left after dark?"
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. That's why it says possibly taking a flashlight, but it should say a keychain flashlight that might not even work. Let's continue. 12 months later, there are still no confirmed sightings or leads in finding him. That's per law enforcement. No confirmed sightings. I know that has been much debate, and I'm so glad the FBI recently changed the last seen date to the 25th of February, because it did say the 26th of February, which is the day that he was reported, not the date that he was last seen. As of today, TBI has not changed their information, but neither one of the TBI, FBI, or the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children, nobody has changed what Sebastian was allegedly wearing that I'm aware of. Quote, "Cats are number one," said Proudfoot in an interview with Fox 17 News. He loves animals, all animals, but yet all they had was dogs because they got rid of all the other animals that he had, the cats, the snakes, the bearded dragon. Sebastian loves his gecko, named Gecko, I think is how you say it, video games, books, and any chance in the pool. Quote, he loves water. He swims like a fish, she said. In December, Sebastian was not home to celebrate his 16th birthday. Katie said, I prayed for him to be found. I prayed for him to come home. She said of how she spent the day without her son. Now, she also said more in the news interview video clip where she started to speak and then self-edited herself, her own words. So if you're interested in seeing more of that, please let me know and I'll share it. Maybe I'll go live and review it. You just let me know what you prefer. After dinner, Proudfoot said she and her son went home the Sunday evening he vanished. Quote, it was a normal night. That was the last time I saw my son, when he went to bed. Things turned tumultuous by the next morning. Quote, I went to his room and he wasn't there, wasn't in his bed, said Proudfoot through the tears. Proudfoot said she frantically searched the house and drove around the neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. until she and Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, who said he was away for work, called the police. So let me break this down just a little bit. Now, Katie said that she woke up at 6 a.m. She went straight to Sebastian's room. He wasn't there, so she called Chris after she searched the house for 3 minutes. So around 6:03, Chris Proudfoot gets a phone call allegedly from his wife, Katie, and she says, I can't find him. He's not here. And Chris says, well, did you look here? Did you look there? And she said, yes, she could not find him. Now, according to Chris, he hung up with her immediately and called law enforcement because that's just what you're supposed to do. But law enforcement said the 911, or not 911, there was no 911 call. Law enforcement said the call initiated at 6:33 a.m. So there's 30 minutes in there of what? And she drove around the neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. Now, we do know that Seth Rogers received a text and a phone call at 6:22 a.m. from Chris, and the text told him to call him 911. Now, he could type 911, but not when he was dialing a phone number to call. Seth didn't get that message until after he was off work because he was at work at the Davidson County Jail, which the phone call would have been recorded if Chris would have called, or Katie, the mother of Seth's child, would have called Seth at work to let him know this 911 emergency. But they didn't call. Chris texted him and tried to call his cell phone. So Seth did not see that until after he was off work on Monday, February 26th, a little after 7 a.m. An Amber Alert and TBI, an Endangered Child Alert, along with an extensive week-long search by multiple law enforcement agencies ensued, but the efforts didn't yield one significant lead or even a glimpse of the boy on any surveillance or doorbell camera video. Quote, unfortunately, over the last year, I have thought every single day, night, every possibility of something that could have happened to him, where he could have gone, if he had gone with someone, if someone took him willingly, unwillingly, if he ran away and got lost, a million different things. And unfortunately, I don't know. Days later, investigators combed through a landfill 2 hours away in Kentucky, still saying they had found nothing. Law enforcement is not going to get a probable cause affidavit signed by a judge on a hunch, on let's just be sure. You can't just put that on a probable cause affidavit. If they did, I would be completely shocked. There had to have been some type of evidence that they had to be able to put it on the probable cause affidavit for the judge to sign off for them to go search this landfill, in my opinion. Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock had maintained that there is no evidence to support foul play in the investigation. However, detectives continue to not rule anything out. Now, we do know that Detective Brandon Carter did say in an email that I shared on my community post that this is a criminal investigation. Fox 17 News sent Craddock a list of questions on the current status of the case, including asking if there are any new leads, what kind of evidence detectives have vetted, and if investigators still believe there is no indication of foul play. Craddock responded in an email saying, quote, This is an active and ongoing investigation. We continue to work with our state and federal partners. We will continue to seek a resolution in the case. End quote. That seems very bland, in my opinion. Quote, the Amber Alert remains active for Sebastian Rogers, stated a Facebook post from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office on the year mark after Sebastian went missing. Quote, law enforcement officers continue to consider and investigate any and all options to determine what may have happened to Sebastian and where he may be. The high-profile case continues to attract massive attention online. Well, that's an understatement, right? In the Middle Tennessee community. Comments in social media groups have often become divisive, and accusatory towards all parents involved, particularly Katie Proudfoot. Now, my assumption would be because Katie Proudfoot was the last person to say that she saw her son, period. Proudfoot said detectives thoroughly searched her home multiple times with dogs. She also said she passed a lie detector test administered by law enforcement. And in the interview, when the news reporter asked if she had taken a poly, she said, now you have taken a lie detector test, correct? And she said, yes, and my husband. End of, period. That's it. She never said, and Sebastian's father, Seth, also took one, which we know he took one. Chris Proudfoot has already told us that they all three took one with law enforcement.
Together, we weren't even together when she took her polygraph.
See,
and I wasn't together with either one of them when I took my polygraph, and nor was Seth. Seth was completely away from everyone when he did his polygraph.
But we also know that Seth took one with an ex-FBI agent who specializes in polys. Nancy Grace is the one who retained him to do Seth's polygraph, and he passed. So that we do know.
Did Seth Rogers pass his polygraph?
Yes, he did.
1 out of 3 parents passed their polygraph. But why, when Katie was asked about her taking a poly, why was her response, and my husband? That struck me a little bit. Like I said, if you want me to review the news report video, let me know, because I would love to do that. I would love to do it live with you guys. The Proudfoots filed for a restraining order against one true crime YouTuber following Sebastian's case, which had been upheld by a judge, which was ridiculous in my opinion. The case continues to make its way through court in Sumner County. That's outrageous. It's baffling to me that they could go to court, they can file for this restraining order, they can show up to every court hearing, but they can never get on the news. 8 months, almost 9 months of no news interviews, nothing, no YouTube panel, no Facebook post. Meantime, detectives have remained tight-lipped in offering any details on the case, which is good. We don't want them to release too much. It would be nice if they would be able to come out and say, hey, this parent is not being looked at. This parent is not in our focus. Something along those lines. They don't even need to say, hey, we've vetted and cleared all 3 parents, like Mr. Chris has tried to allege, which is not true. None of the parents have been vetted and cleared by law enforcement publicly, because they don't do that. Law enforcement doesn't do that. There are very, very, very few cases where law enforcement has said, hey, we're not looking at the parents anymore. Monkey Michael Vaughn is a prime example of that. They have named 4 suspects in Fruitland, Idaho in Monkey's case. Law enforcement said, they're not our focus. The parents are not our focus. The 4 suspects are our focus. So if we could get anything like that in Sebastian's case, that would be amazing. But if one of the parents is being looked at as suspect, 1 or 2, they're not going to clear 1 or 2 or all of them if they're looking at specifically any of them. So it makes sense. A private investigator retained by Proudfoot. That caught my ear. They said that verbally in the report also. A private investigator retained by Proudfoot.
Wow,
now, this is referring to SF Investigates. And SF told us when he was on Lore Lodge with Aiden that he was paid by someone who's anonymous. He won't say who, but he signed the paperwork with Katie and Chris on behalf of Sebastian. That's how he worded it. But that's not how a lot of us have seen it, in my opinion. So SF put out this piece of surveillance video taken in the neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing, and he believes that it could be a lead in the case. He's quoted saying, at 12:17 a.m., there's a figure, said Steve Fisher, who works missing person cases around the country. Oh, that's okay. Fisher said he's logged more than 100 hours. 100 hours! What is that? 5 days? Just under 5 days? Of surveillance video from the neighborhood. 5 days from one camera. Under 5 days from one camera would be more than 100 hours, just FYI. So 100 hours sounds like a whole lot, but 24 hours in a day, 5 times 24, so one camera. And we know that he has shown a few different camera views, images from those camera views. So he recently pinpointed a figure walking 1 block over from the Proudfoot's home in the time frame Sebastian disappeared. Now, this is allegedly in the time frame that Sebastian disappeared because it was at 12:17 a.m. We have no idea what time Sebastian vanished. We have no idea. We haven't left the Proudfoot house yet because there's no sign that shows that Sebastian left the house. He's not seen on any of the security footage, period, clearly enough to say, hey, that's Sebastian walking out of his house. So we haven't even left the house, in my opinion, in looking at and evaluating Sebastian's case. Not from a professional point of view, obviously, because we aren't professionals, most of us. But that's okay. We're allowed to have our opinions too. Quote, it's definitely a person. It looks like a thin person wearing dark clothing. Walks down south on Kellen Lane behind a vehicle.
Even when Ellie
said Fisher in the video.
come out
And I want you to keep in mind also, when you're using security footage at night, most of the time, the security footage has IR lighting, infrared lighting, or it's night vision. And when you wear black clothing and infrared lighting is being used on the camera, it turns the black clothing to a very light gray color. Now, I do have cameras on my house, and I'm going to take a screenshot of myself wearing a black sweatshirt. I may do that tonight. I have a black sweatshirt on right now. So I may do that tonight and share that in this video so that you can see the infrared lighting, the night vision turns any black fabric. Normally, there are a few different types of fabric where I've tried it myself in the past in previous cases where I have walked out there and looked at myself and my black clothing stayed black, or my black leather sandals stayed black leather sandals, like you could tell that they were still black. My sweatshirts, my sweatpants, my track pants, my yoga pants, my leggings, any of those black fabrics have always changed to a light gray color. The street is also directly across from an active construction site. Quote, that's another fear that I have. Could Sebastian have been hiding since his scent was possibly tracked over there? I would like to see ground penetrating radar used just in case. Now I giggle because at the end of Lore Lodge, when SF was saying ground penetrating radar, he got a little stumbled on it a couple different times and I clipped it, but he said ground penetrating radar twice.
I do think there's got to be. In fact, I kind of made a call for, in case there's people that had access to ground penetrating radar. That, like I brought up earlier, those dump trucks dumping all that dirt, it worries me. Those houses are going up so fast. Yeah, I'd like to see. And I don't know anything about ground penetrating radar. I don't know how to
ground penetrating radar.
Read the returns. So
I thought I was bad.
Sheriff Craddock sent Fox 17 News a statement, quote, law enforcement has had possession of the original video since 72 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. After thoroughly investigating this lead, we determined that it has no relevance to the case. However, detectives did not confirm whether they identified the person in the video, as they had in 2 other surveillance images brought to public attention in the case. Fisher and Proudfoot are still hoping to identify the person seen in the video if possible. Unfortunately, any possible break in Sebastian's case has gone nowhere. Quote, one long nightmare, said Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, who has also endured a year without his son. Rogers is working with his own private investigator. He's also coordinated a group volunteer searches, as well as teaming up with Dwayne Chapman, known as Dog the Bounty Hunter, to offer a reward of $347,000 for any information leading to Sebastian. The FBI put forward a $50,000 reward 6 months after Sebastian's disappearance. Quote, to stop looking is to give up hope, Seth said in a previous interview with Fox 17. I will not fail my son. Now, that's very interesting. To stop looking is to give up hope. And Chris and Katie haven't been on the news, any news channel, any news station, national or not, national, local, PBS, whatever, nothing in almost 9 months. Hope is still evident among volunteer searchers, missing signs showing Sebastian and ribbons in his favorite color, green, which can still be seen around Sumner County, not in the Proudfoot neighborhood though. Proudfoot now has a green heart tattooed on her inner wrist. That was shown in the video. Quote, I would just like to tell my son that I love him, his family loves him, and that we miss him. We want him home, and we are never going to stop searching, she said.
Gotta
A prayer
start.
vigil for Sebastian will be held Saturday, March 1st at 2 p.m. at the Celebration of Life Church,
And they have been to
768 Forest
none of the
Retreat
vigils.
Road in Hendersonville. All are welcome. Anyone who believes that they may have seen Sebastian Rogers should immediately call 1-800-TBI-FIND or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838. You can also send tips to TBI at tbi.tn.gov. So that's it. I did pretty good. I'm actually pretty proud of myself that we made it through in under 30 minutes. So what do you think? What do you think about this article? Did you learn anything new? How do you feel about the quotes that you did hear from Katie Proudfoot? What's your outlook on this? What do you think is going on? What do you think law enforcement is working on? Because according to Chris and Katie, law enforcement has nothing, nada, zero leads, period, in Sebastian's case. A year and zero leads. Now, like I said, Brandon Carter, the detective that's working this case and only this case, said this is a criminal investigation. A criminal investigation.
Absolutely.
Which means there was a crime. Running away isn't a crime. So that's all I have for you for now.
Y'all go sign up and sub up to Mandy over at Spirit Seeker Squad. And let me sing happy birthday to Miss Susie. You ready? Susie, my friend. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear sweet Susie. Happy birthday to you. I hope you have many, 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 many more. Happy birthday, my friend. Okay, let's see here. Uh-oh. Yeah, happy birthday. All right. Let's see who else we got here. Did I do this one already? All right, let's see. Oh, no, I think this is hindsight. Okay. Beautiful hindsight. Exactly, Trooper's mom. I bet he wishes he could have some of all those. Hey, Smokey Joe. I don't know what she told him, but he sure did change his demeanor. No, it's the same one. She's just showing it a little bit up closer and stuff. Yeah, she's looking through her photo gallery. And don't y'all find it strange that Katie said she was only sending pictures to Chris to show how he was eating his salad and his freaking salad dressing? Chris didn't give a shit about Sebastian. Why would he care how he was eating his salad dressing? Come on now. Hey, OTT. I mean, let's get real. No, he wasn't joking when he said that, was he, Karen? I mean, why would he even need that? He didn't care. Why would he care what Sebastian was eating? Probably. There sure was a lot of people coming in and out of there just not to order food and stuff. Yeah, look at Lori Page. It took 22 months. And guess who was guilty? The dad. Nobody expected. I find it in this video where I didn't catch it before, so I'm glad hindsight did this one again. Why was he standing at that employee door talking to that guy that kept coming out? And you can see it better on a bigger screen, but that guy right there. I don't like he brought him any food or anything. So yeah. Exactly. She didn't run up there for no reason to see. And I still don't think that this is the entire video that we saw. Not just this piece. I'm talking about everything that's come out. Some people don't think it's important to the case. That's okay. But I still say this is not the entire video because she didn't flip out and take SF up there with her and raise hell to get that video and see what was going on and what they had for no reason, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Because nobody does that. Nobody would waste their time. Nobody would go show their ass at a restaurant. Nobody would carry a private investigator up there and say, oh my God, they got the night we were up there eating. So, you know, it just, they wouldn't. I don't know. I think I got one more here. All right, this is channel 4. WSMV. Hold on a minute. Uh-oh, hold on a minute. I gotta go back.
All right, I am Eric Craddock, ERIC-CRADDOCK, and I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'll be joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSAN-NILAND, the Tennessee Bureau of
Hey, Mama Risa.
I also have with me Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER. You guys ready? All right. Morning. I'm Eric Craddock with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on the Sebastian Rogers case. Sebastian has been missing since late February. The investigation remains ongoing with steadfast support from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and many other local and federal resources. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in. As I said before, the investigation remains ongoing. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. I want to encourage the community to stay vigilant, to report anything that they think may be of some significance to the investigation, no matter how minute it may appear to be to you. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any tips, or the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838. We understand the anxiety and the concern that this case has caused in the community. We too share the anxiety and concern for Sebastian. I want to reiterate that we are doing everything we can to find Sebastian and bring him home. Despite the passage of time, the commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering.
That's a good point.
Scaled the search back. Our commitment to finding Sebastian remains. We will continue to investigate every possible lead that comes in. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants to express our gratitude to the community and the many individuals who have helped in the search, the many individuals who have called in tips, the many individuals who have printed flyers and kept Sebastian's face in the news. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Susan Allen from the TBI.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. We know how invested everybody is in the search for Sebastian, in finding out what happened to him and bringing him home. And we want to let everybody know he has not been forgotten. Nobody's forgotten about him. Nobody has given up looking for him. At the beginning of this investigation, there was a large land search for him. It was very visible. There were also waterways, lakes, ponds that were searched. There were aerial searches with helicopters and drones and fixed wing planes. They were done at night. They were done on weekends. They were done during the day. That was very visible, and it was something everybody was able to see. But we want to let you know that even though there is not that,
if I'm not mistaken, somebody might correct me.
Investigating this case, that we
I think the
this has
guitar
gone back to what could be.
Was that on her arm or was it on Chris's?
Interviewing individuals, re-interviewing individuals, checking out leads, rechecking leads.
But yeah, she had a green heart on hers.
Other
with
law
a cross
enforcement
at the
agencies
bottom.
who have had, in other jurisdictions, who have perhaps had some complex cases of their own that they have worked on to get tips from them. We have.
It was her arm. The guitar was on hers
of
too.
Technology with everyone having cell phones and doorbells and ring bells and surveillance cameras. That, as you can imagine, has been a bit of a chore to be able to collect all those and then review them. It's important so we know what's out there. We have been reviewing that, reviewing it again. We have had other agencies involved. The FBI has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to advance the investigation. It has not gone to a place where anybody has forgotten about him or is not pursuing this. The parents have been cooperative throughout. At the beginning of the investigation, they have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now. So we are pursuing any and all avenues. We do want to caution there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe. It's caused a bit of a distraction because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or ledges where, again, where a teen could have gone to hide or to
Let's
play.
see, where do we go? Hold on a minute.
And you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with
Love
you
in Vegas.
or to check it
Y'all
out.
drop that
themselves.
link, Love in Vegas.
We just want to make sure that every stone is.
I sure will.
But there's no stone
Somebody
left
drop that
unturned.
channel,
We
Love
want
in
to just make
Vegas.
sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please make it, don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, that could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested
You're welcome.
in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you for your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to Air Credit.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions. So, yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found. Footprints, video, nothing.
Nothing that is taking us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
Oh, really? Okay.
Sebastian's mom and stepdad's involvement in this case, and as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one.
I want to show y'all this, though.
There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
It has that break in it.
You mentioned in your last about recent evidence, we heard some rumors that you didn't see a cap's validity, that there were glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify the thing or Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
Charlie, let me look. It should have I thought the captions was on. Hold on. Charlie, they should be on. I don't see them right now, but I'll go back and I'll make sure to try to turn them on. I'll make sure they're on, I mean. Uh-oh, what'd I do? He's only asked him one more question anyway. He's low. I just turned it off. He's low. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to look for this Elizabeth Smart. I will go back and make sure it's on in case you want to go through there. I'm going to look at this, what Truber's mom sent. Hold on. Oh, okay. So the woman who had Elizabeth Smart captive for months is arrested again after visiting a park. She's 79 years old now, and she's accused of visiting 2 parks, which she can't do because she's a sex offender. Let me take this down. Hold on, where'd that go? Hold on. Hold on. I think, there we go. Banners. The World News, number 4. Okay. Uh-oh, my ticker's gone. I told y'all, don't touch the freaking buttons. Okay, News 4 WSM. Still didn't happen. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Let me see. Hold on a minute. The woman who kidnapped and held Elizabeth Smart captive for 9 months in the early 2000s was arrested in Utah this week after visiting at least 2 parks, which she can't do because of her status as a sex offender. Wanda Breezy, 79, was arrested at her Salt Lake City home Thursday and was booked on 1 count of violating her status as a sex offender in Utah. A spokesman for Salt Lake City Police Department said Friday, Utah law prohibits registered sex offenders from entering protected areas, including public parks. Detectives with the Salt Lake Police Department received information that Breezy had allegedly visited at least 2 parks in the city, Liberty Park and Sugar House Park. In April, police spokesman Brent Weisberg said, records from the Salt Lake Metro County jail indicate she is no longer in custody. It would not immediately be clear if she was released on bail or she has legal representation. Weisberg said in the statement that the court records show she was released on jurisdictional orders. She was convicted on state and federal crimes back in 2010 and was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for her role in the abduction, and she was released from prison in 2018. So, wow, she only spent 8 years. Brian David Mitchell is serving a life sentence for Smart's kidnapping and assaults. Smart was taken at knife point from her Salt Lake City bedroom in 2002. The teen's kidnapping and disappearance garnered media attention and headlines across the globe. 9 months after she was abducted, Smart was seen walking the streets of Salt Lake City suburb with Mitchell. She has said her time in captivity included repeated sexual assaults by Mitchell. When Breezy was released from prison, Smart said that during her time in captivity, the woman would encourage her husband to continue to army. Smart, now 37, has since become an outspoken advocate against child abduction and sexual violence. These people never learn. These people don't learn. They can't be rehabilitated. I'm just saying, they can't. Yeah, that one's still unsolved too. Still unsolved. Crazy. So, does anybody want to call in? I can put the number up and let y'all call in. The number, I can take 3-4 calls if you want. The number is 448-232-4450 if anyone would like to call in. (448-232-4450). Yeah, let's do a couple call-ins. Do a couple call-ins, y'all. Come on, call in. 448-232-4450. Ooh. Uh-oh. Smiley's World.
Hi, Smiley.
Hey, who are we talking to?
You're talking to Dirty Diana.
Hey, Dirty Diana. How are you?
I'm good.
What's
you
up?
see me in Justin's all the time.
I do. I know exactly who you are.
Yeah, my hubby's in your chat now. He's OTT.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
He's going to be starting up his own channel.
Oh, well, we'll have to drop his channel. What is his channel called?
I'm going to have to get the link and drop it in your chat.
Yes, please do. Tell us and we'll promote it for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's going to be, true crime. He doesn't do the drama.
Yeah.
And some of these channels have taken poor Sebastian's name. I mean, it's going to the bottom because of these other channels.
It is. It's sad.
It is very sad. I mean, this whole case is about Sebastian.
Yeah, it is. It's sad. Yeah. I don't even know what to say anymore.
The attacking of other people, going real life, it's not right.
No, I agree. And everything that they're doing to go real life, it's not helping Sebastian at all.
It's not. It really isn't.
No.
I mean, people stop searching. It's just sad.
Yeah. I feel like it's hurting even people that should not even be involved, don't even know really anything about what's going on. It's hurting extended family members and all kinds of things. It's no reason for it.
Exactly. And I mean, there are certain channels out there that are just, sitting there making this stuff on with CP, and it's sickening.
It is. It is.
The one live I watched, I almost fell off my chair, the stuff that was coming out of his mouth. I couldn't believe it.
I know.
I'm like, you're talking about another human being.
Yeah. I agree.
Of course, Ashton was exposed to this stuff.
Yeah. It's just distraction. One thing after another. Distraction.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
The only one that's still continuing to cover his case is you and Justin.
Yeah, I try. I mean, I hope I do some good. I just want to keep his name and face out there.
Oh, you do. You're great. I mean, you're no drama channel. You tell them like it is.
I try. I
Yeah,
try.
I love it.
Thank you.
And Justin, he definitely don't deal with the drama.
No, he don't. He does very good. I mean, I wish I could do him. Sometimes I get a little bit out there because I can't. Sometimes I try to control, but he just lets it roll right off. I mean, he don't care.
Yeah. And it gets to a point, sometimes you just have to slide a little bit and let people know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You have to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, but I figured I would call in. I'm not going to keep you on. I let somebody else call in, but I'm from Hershey.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you very much.
Welcome.
Appreciate
It's nice talking to you.
you too. Thank you so much for calling in.
You're very welcome. You have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next. Uh-oh, line's open. Uh-oh, did I miss where's the number? Hello? Uh-oh, hold on. Hold on. You there? All right, hold on. I'm trying to get you on speaker. Oh. All right, there you go. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I have a question. I've been doing research on this and I haven't been able to find any information. I thought maybe you would know the answer to this.
I'll try.
Do we know anything about Chris Proudfoot's biological father?
Only a little bit. He lives in Madison.
So he's still alive?
Yes.
Has anybody looked into him at all?
I think, I'm pretty sure that the cops have, but nobody, I don't think Sebastian's there.
Right. It was just something I thought of that I haven't heard anything about him, and I thought, well, maybe that would be an avenue to look into.
Yeah, he don't live far from Chris. As far as us YouTubers and stuff like that, yeah, we know who he is. We know where he is. So, if we know, of course.
Is he anything like his son?
About that, I don't know. He was a trucker, though. I don't know if he still does trucking or not, but, there's a possibility. He has connections, from being a trucker.
Right.
But he's kept very quiet. They've kept him out of this.
I know. That's what made me think about it.
Yeah.
Because we've heard so much about, the stepdad and everything else, but nothing about the biological dad.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know when Nina was in the picture, I think, if I'm not misspeaking, that he might have helped him and his wife with Faith, maybe some, but I'm not sure if he has a lot to do with his dad. But his dad is a long-haul truck driver, and he lives close to him, so I'm sure they've checked into all that.
Yeah.
But again, why so quiet?
I've tried to do online research and stuff, and I couldn't find much about it. So I thought, well, if anybody would know, it'd be you.
Yeah, his name is Michael Proudfoot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, great. Thanks for the information.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling in.
Sure.
All right.
Care.
All right. You too. Bye-bye. Okay. Next. Smiley's World.
Hi, Smiley.
Hi.
So this is Tammy.
It's who?
This is Tammy. I forgot to read that one. Okay. So I just wanted to
bring up a little bit about, like, with Sebastian, how the autism, because I raised a nephew that was, like, spitting image of Austin. I mean, Sebastian. That was his name, Austin.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that medication that they put him on,
Uh-huh.
that's so that it's low maintenance. It's like my nephew, when he was on that medication,
Mm-hmm.
he would sit on the couch, he wouldn't move, wouldn't eat, he wouldn't drink. And I made my niece get him off, and he did better off of it.
Yeah.
So I mean, some people kind of worry about him being off of it. I'm telling you, my nephew did much better off of it.
Yeah.
It just took a lot more of us adults having to keep our eye on him. But I would much rather, and the sugar. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was the big trigger.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they're a little bit of work, but I raised him by myself. Once I got my hands on him and changed a couple of things around, he grew up to be a great, handsome young man.
Yeah. And they do. I mean, you know, I was listening to something somebody sent me the other night, and it was the politic thing or whatever. And they were talking about autism, kids won't ever work, won't ever do this, that, and the other. And I was just straight out like, I don't care who I'm for, who I voted for, this, that, and the other. I'm telling you right now, because I have one. They are very productive.
And yes, he's worked several jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. So
out there, and not in some place that are handicapped or nothing, in the real world.
Right. Exactly. You just, it's all in how you get the knowledge, and it's all in what you do. And they don't all have to be on medicine. They don't all have to do the same thing. It's what you do, you know?
It totally is. It's the parenting. And because I watched it when my niece was around and before she passed, and that's when I started taking care of him. And I was able to change a lot of things. And I used to get so mad at the way that they would give him the sugar and stuff, and they didn't see it. And I'm like, so once I got to custody of him, everything turned around, and you know what? We became best friends. He would tell me everything. He used to lie. He didn't know more. Like, we are best friends. He calls me Mama.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And it's just in how you treat them.
Right.
But Sebastian, being thrown off to his room all the time and no communication and no bonding. I mean, I watched it with my nephew. Of course, you're not going to be a happy parent.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I just spent a lot of time with him, and we talked a lot and stuff, and he turned out to be he's 28 now.
Yeah. Aww.
And he turned out to be great. So Sebastian could have done things on his own once he got old enough. He wasn't that big of a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
And usually it is the man, because my niece's boyfriends and whatever, I mean, they were the problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they wanted what they wanted, and when they didn't get it, there was a fight.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm telling you, I can see right through this Sebastian thing. Chris needs to just shut up and sit down. I hope he hears this, because it's the parenting.
Mm-hmm.
And Katie, she should have cared a little more.
Yeah. So what do you think, in your opinion, happened? Like, what is your opinion that happened that night?
I do believe Chris was there. Absolutely, 1,000%. And I do believe that Katie did have her hands in it. And a few family members. I'm going to say there's 7 people involved. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're allowed to your opinions. I mean,
throughout the whole thing, I say about 7.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I threw that one thing at you earlier about checking out that one channel, because if you look at a couple of her things and listen to a couple of things, I mean, like, she outs a few people, but when she starts talking about the names, because I don't really want to put them online, but,
right?
And I heard them on another channel today, and I went, "Oh my God, you must have seen that lady." So I'm like, Smiley's World, like your channels, I don't trust really a lot of other channels.
Yeah.
And so I thought, you know what? I'm here by myself. I have a chance to, I want to throw this at you so many times, because I just want to make sure it gets to the right person so that the right things can be seen and heard. And when I heard that name today, it set me off.
Right.
I mean, it was already said a couple times. I'll just throw it out there. One of them.
Yeah.
Dave Davidson.
Mm-hmm.
He's a dude to be checking into. And when you listen to her, she starts talking about him, and she'll tell you. So do check into that Vegas one because, like, she knows some stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, I just had to get this out because, like, it's just been bugging me. I put little things in the chat and it never gets saw, and I'm like, oh, this is just I couldn't hold it in.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you did. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see everything. I try, but sometimes it's hard.
Well, and I'm one that does stand back a lot because, like, when I do put stuff out, I don't, and it's not usually the creator, you know, it's even all the people in the chat that I don't stand out, so I don't really get seen. So that's kind of why I did it the way I did today.
Yeah.
And it was you I wanted to talk to, Smiley.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Anytime, I'll have them put my email up there too, and anytime that you want to, you know, email me, feel free to, because I check my email, and if I don't get it that night, that's the first thing I do when I get up is check my email, drink my coffee. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get that out, throw a couple things in your brain, and give you some things to check out, and let you know a little bit, because I've been firsthand with this, and you have a child too, and they're all different.
They are all different. None of them's the same. Yeah, none of them's the same.
No, and he was a handful when he was little, but as he grew up, it got better.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
well, thank you.
Well, I thank you for talking to me, and yeah, maybe I'll do another call in if I got anything else coming up. But you listen to her; she's got some names, girl.
I will, absolutely.
And those people need to be looked into because she does link them back to Chris.
Right. I believe he definitely had a hand in it. That's just my opinion. So.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't care whose car he come in, because he didn't come in his.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing, my opinion is he had a burner phone, and those officers, whoever's watching all this pinging and stuff, they better start watching these burner phone pings at their house, because I know Katie's running with one too.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And so they think they're being really sneaky. Hope you can hear this, Chris, because I'm sick and tired of this. And yeah, he snuck home in another vehicle, and he thinks he's a sly guy.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Somebody better speak quick, because the one that, you know, speaks first gets less time. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
You got blood on your hands. I don't believe you got anything coming.
Yeah, I agree.
So, boy, this has been in my gut, and I'm so glad to release it.
Well, I'm glad you called in.
Oh, yeah. So, I watch you all the time.
Well, thank you.
I'm just quiet in the back. So, and I'm always here.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your support.
Oh, yeah. And like I said, if I hear anything else, because I feel like I can't be the only one that saw this lady and heard some of these things. Like, I can't believe that I'm the only one. So, all right. If I come across anything else, I'll definitely let you know.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling in.
Oh, absolutely. Love your channel.
All right. Thank you. All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. That was a good call. There was a question. Oh, here we go. Smiley's World.
Hello, Miss Smiley.
Hey.
This is Stephanie Williams
Hey.
from Franklin County.
Hey, Stephanie.
I have a little theory
Okay.
or something.
Great.
With the little cranes
Mm-hmm.
that KK and Edgar has been popping out in these interviews.
Okay.
Okay, can you understand my speech, okay?
I sure can.
Okay. Well, you remember, I think the first video they was on the news, they brought that crane toy out.
Yes.
Okay. Then I think the second time it was shown out when they did the home of the inside of the Proudfoot's home.
Uh-huh.
Now, wasn't that crane upstairs in that spare room? Was that same crane in that video as well?
Yep.
Okay, another I've noticed is in the America's Most Wanted video, the crane too. Isn't that some major red flags with this crane toy?
Yeah. And I personally think that was not Sebastian's. I think it was Chris's. I think it was something he got because he was a crane operator.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, and because they put out that video where he was teaching where Sebastian was on the crane too, but I think that's more of the Edgar Crispies than Sebastian, but in a way, I think there's something kind of clue in there with that, Miss Miley.
Yeah, it's a possibility. A lot of people seem to think that.
Yeah, I say allegedly in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, right. I agree.
But yeah, I think they're guilty. My prayers is out for Seth, and we're not going to give up on Sebastian. And that's all I wanted to say, Miss Miley, and God bless you, and thank you for everything you do.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you, Stephanie.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. I think that crane is Chris's because I think that's him, his hobby, his job. I thought that from the time that they brought it out. And I don't think he dared let Sebastian around it or touch it. That's just my opinion. Anybody else want to call in? You're more than welcome. Call in, call in. Tell me what your thoughts are. Call in. 448-232-4450. Do you live in the community? Do you live in the neighborhood? Have you heard anything about Chris, Katie, or this case? What are your thoughts? What are your opinions? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Is there something you just want to say? Hello, everybody coming in. Hello, Smiley's World.
Hi, Smiley.
Hey, who am I speaking with?
I'm Bonnie McLaren from Ohio.
Hey, Bonnie, how are you?
I'm fine. You probably don't really know me. I'm usually in the bushes, but I just wanted to tell you that I wonder all the time about Worshams and the storage lockers. And I've never heard anybody say if those storage lockers were ever searched.
I don't know if the storage lockers were ever searched, like the inside or anything. I know around the outside and everything have been searched.
Okay.
I know behind.
Okay, I just wondered because I've heard a lot of people talking about transferring.
Yeah.
And that always comes to mind. And his mom was spotted there supposedly at like 5:30. So I was just curious if you knew.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if they've got I think they would have to have a warrant to go in there and search each one of those. But I know that the outside has been searched. When I've been there, I've been out there. I know Silvers has been out there. I know Terry Lynn. I know a lot of people's been out there around Worshams, around the creeks, around the storage sheds on the outside. But I don't know if law enforcement has actually searched the insides of any of those sheds.
Yeah, I'm just curious. It would have been nice if they'd have been searched in the beginning.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, because I'm wondering, has anybody got anywhere in that family, any names? And I hate to say this, but I've said it before. What about freezers? You know?
Yeah, I never thought about that.
Even inside the Proudfoot's home, have they checked that?
Right. Okay, well, thanks anyway.
You're
I'm not
welcome.
going to keep up any more time, give somebody else time to get on here and call. But thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I mean, to me, you know, if they didn't do the luminol, they didn't check here and they didn't check there, I mean, you know, I would want to check all that stuff. You know, stranger things have happened. I'm just saying. Smiley's World.
You know, I'm white.
Hi.
Smiley.
Hi.
Oh my God.
Who's this?
I thought this is Marduk.
Oh, hey, my Duke.
Yeah.
Hey.
So I'm calling from New Hampshire,
No.
and I've been following this since March of 2024.
Oh. Well, good. So what are you thinking?
Oh boy.
A lot.
We have a lot of time.
Yeah, you take your time. What you want? What you
Well,
thinking?
I had followed the Harmony case
Yeah.
before this whole Sebastian came about, and it was quite sad
Yeah.
for what Adam did. Now, he had no background except for being a bad criminal, and we all know, well, the ones that followed it know exactly what he did to his daughter. I mean, it was beyond gruesome.
Yeah.
And, I mean, talking about motel room, bathroom, the homeless shelter, the ceilings. So when I've been following this whole thing with Sebastian, and knowing their background, the thoughts that go through my mind is pretty scary,
Mm-hmm.
considering how not a trace, not a scent, don't even know about fingerprints.
Right.
And then we hear about they redo and do away with his rug and everything else in that bedroom. And then not knowing if Ellie did anything prior, like when they went in to see if he so-called walked out that front door.
Yeah.
Which is so, like, come on. Come
Yeah.
up with a better excuse than that, please.
Exactly. I mean, they said that, craziest things. I mean, it's like,
Well, what really sticks into my head a lot was the way Chris and not Ellie made it clear about all the dogs followed the scent from their backyard all the way to that retention pond.
yeah.
And then he was talking about, oh, it was knee deep. And, you could hide a body in the cement,
Yeah.
and how to smooth it out so you wouldn't even know. I mean, the weird things that he would come out with over this whole year.
And the concrete and how deep and how wide and
It makes, they always say a pathological liar always has the truth mixed in with that lie.
yes.
So it's like you got to sit here and needlepoint through everything that they say, because everything they say, there's some truth mixed with that lie.
Absolutely.
So it brings you right back to, okay, Chris, what is with this cement? Why did you have to brag about that on the phone call in?
Yeah.
About this cement?
Yeah.
I just have a hard time with that. And then the whole, that crawl space that when both Betty was driving around and then she discovers this crawl space and it's like, wow, did anybody ever check in there? I mean, there's so many questions. I'm not saying that the LE has not done their job, but you just don't leave people in the air wonder. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases of runaways, unfortunately, murders from the parents to the child.
Right.
And as they go along, the law ends up telling people things. Something is better than nothing. And to go this long and keep everybody in the dark,
Right.
it makes me wonder. And that Craddock, I don't know. There's something about that guy. I can't figure it out, Smiley. But when he speaks there at the press release, I don't know his face. You can pick up people's vibes. And there's something on that face of his that makes me go, you're fishy. You're very fishy.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something there.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people think that too. But I still believe in that one tape that I played today. I just don't think he believed them from day one. And maybe that's it. I mean, maybe, maybe that is it. I don't know. I just don't know. But by him saying he wasn't sure he left with shoes or didn't leave with shoes, I mean, I didn't even know that until like a month ago.
Right.
And
Well, the only way somebody's gonna leave, a child that's got sensory issues, and I can tell he must have had a lot of sensory issues.
yeah,
There's no way in hell, unless somebody scared the shit right out of him, to be running out that door. He would have to run out the door, no walking out the door. The child's running for his life. They're gonna run out the door, whether they're naked, half dressed, whatever. That's it. And then you're still gonna find them.
right.
So you're not gonna be a whole year, then how many months still looking? That child would have been found.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And if, there would be something, again, like I said, he would be on camera or somebody would be on camera coming to get him or something like that. Camera would have picked him up. If not going out the door, which it would have, from neighbors or whatever down the street, or when it long haul, somewhere he would have had to cross, stores, anywhere.
Exactly.
In the streets, I mean, there's no way, and he's not on camera. And should he succumb to that weather or anything outside, it takes a while to, to decompose. I hate to talk like that. They would have found him 5'5", 120 pounds. They would have found him.
Exactly. And let's not forget how Chris made it crystal clear that it was going to be in the books.
Right.
And that law enforcement would be studying this case for a very long time, trying to figure out how Sebastian vanished.
Exactly.
So that right there tells me you hit him so damn good, didn't you, boy?
Exactly. Exactly.
My heart does break for Seth. And
Yeah.
Seth, I right there for you, man. And I'm so sorry that you're living through this damn nightmare. And I really do hope that you have Sebastian soon and that you guys get the justice that you deserve. And by the power of the Holy Spirit, man, I hope this is solved very, very soon.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I hate to see, he just wants closure, and I hate to see anybody not know what's going on, and, they want to make fun of him and go on about it. But again, like I said last night, these people are just going on with their lives, and it's very sad.
That really irks me how that man wants to sit there and talk about him needing to wear diapers. You son of a bitch of a man. You ain't no man. You're a friggin' damn weasel. You are nothing but a damn weasel. Seth says he's a bitch. He's a fucking weasel. Sorry for my French, but by golly, that man really... I wish I could give him the belt right beside the kisser.
I believe the only reason, because anybody else would not honestly have took and this is just me, would not have took the underwear to the dad's house, whether it be Sebastian or not, would not have took the underwear to the father's house and said, here. The reason I think Chris did that was to show Seth, he's not wearing this shit at my house. He is going to wear these diapers at my house. Period. It's my house. What I say goes. And your son is not going to do this at my house. I couldn't took it from there. I couldn't have handled it. But that's just me.
And that is pure abuse. That is such abuse of degrading this boy.
Absolutely.
How dare he degrade this boy?
Absolutely.
And the mom allowing it just burns my core.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I just had to vent and let you know I'm going to keep on and praying and following, and you do an awesome job. I follow a lot of you guys, you and Justin, Snaps and Pearls there, and Betty, and I've been following you all for a very long time, and I'm with you guys 100%, and we will get Sebastian found, and Seth will have his son one way or the other.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for calling in. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Betty. Sorry.
It's okay.
Smiley.
Thank you. You have a good night. Bye-bye. Sad, sad, sad. It's just heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. I just thought nobody would care. Well, YouTube people are not going anywhere. No, we're not going anywhere. YouTube, yeah, excellent caller. YouTube people are not going anywhere. There's plenty of people out here that care for Sebastian, that cares what happened to him, cares where he's at, cares what's going on, and you know, we want him back. We have seen enough. Smiley.
Hi, Smiley.
Hi.
Oh my God, I got in. How are you?
Fine.
I'm Kim French from Canada.
Hey, from Canada. How are you?
Good. I'm so invested in Sebastian's case. I have my nephew that's 15 and is autistic, and he's high on the spectrum, but it's just crazy everything's going on. But what I think people from like Tennessee or Hendersonville should do, like get with FedEx or UPS, Teamsters Union, and get magnetic posters on their trucks and have like, you know, they work 40, 50 hours a week, and they have like billboards all over Tennessee.
Absolutely.
It's a brotherhood. Yeah. And yeah, it's just, this case is mind-blowing. No scent of him leaving the house.
Yeah,
no
that's
socks, no shoes. Like, unbelievable.
That's a great idea.
Like if like one of the Senates, or I'm from Canada, so I don't exactly know how, you know, the states works or whatever, but it doesn't, like we have Vistaprint here, but you could, you know, I have on my UPS truck, I'm in Canada, Windsor, Ontario, I have a magnetic poster. I just went to Vistaprint. I got it printed out with the $150 reward, then it raised, so I didn't get one reprinted, but I put it on my truck every day. And like, who knows? You know, in Canada, maybe someone will see him. Like, you don't know.
Right. Exactly. You never know. You never know who's going to see it. You never know who's going to, you just never know. Look, you never know. There could be somebody that's in Canada that was in Tennessee that, look, it could be that man that was sitting by Katie and Sebastian. You remember the one that kept looking at them in the thing, that maybe overheard something that they may not even be from there. Just for example, you never know who's who.
Exactly. Oh, and then I just want to say another thing. I know you guys are all like, we're all into true crime and we're like sleuthers and stuff. So there's a guy, he's a film writer. It's fictional, but he made a murder mystery. It's called Dream Crusher. There's 8 episodes, and you can win $100,000. So you sign up on Reveal TV. Like, you download the app in your app store. Like, if you have an Apple or Android phone, it's reveal.tv. You sign up. You can watch episodes. There's 8 episodes, reveal.tv. And then you go to rewardseries.tv, and you become the investigator. You can actually win $100,000.
Oh, wow.
Like, people, world sleuthers and, like, love, like, no, don't love what's going on with Sebastian, but what I'm trying to say, you know, we deep dive into the internet and stuff. But anyone can sign up, and it's filmed in Massachusetts, Canada, and California.
Oh, neat. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of. I'm not like promoting the show or anything. I'm just
No, that's fine.
doing that just to, like, because everyone deep dives and stuff, goes down the rabbit holes, and you can win $100,000, so it'd be cool.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to know. No, because a lot of us, I mean, we don't know things like that unless somebody tells us.
Yeah, no, I think it would be neat if everyone said, yeah, so there's 8 episodes, and then you become a detective on rewardseries.tv, and then you answer all the questions. It goes by a point system,
Uh-huh.
and in the end, like, you could win $100,000, which is amazing.
Right, exactly. Well, thank you for telling us that.
Okay, well, thanks for all you're doing for Sebastian, and you're amazing, and I love watching you. I kind of hide in the bushes, but yeah, keep up what you're doing. Great, awesome work.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, you too. All right, bye-bye. I love these calls. Yeah, they said Seth never had any issues at his house. And we did see Sebastian going to the bathroom at the Texas Roadhouse. So, okay, so let's take about 3 more calls. Y'all want to take about 3 more calls? Smiley.
Hello?
Hey.
Is this Smiley?
It's Smiley.
Hey, Smiley.
Hey.
This is Second to No One.
Hey, how are you doing?
I am doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. This is Second to Number 1, y'all.
This case has been so interesting and sad.
It has.
Because the mother just doesn't do anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand that.
I don't either. You couldn't hold me back.
No, you couldn't hold me back neither. And she has never once, as far as I know, pleaded for him or declared her innocence.
No, and that's the thing. It's not only that they have not got on there and like even deception detective has said, like, they don't talk into the TV, talk to him, whatever. They haven't got on there and said, I'm innocent, I didn't do this or anything. It's none of that.
And in any of the interviews, they don't seem like they really engage with the person who's interviewing them.
No.
It's like they're talking at them, or they're trying to keep a distance, looking around, looking up, not really, just being there.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I can't help but feel the way that I do. And I have listened and watched the interviews, and I can't help but feel like they are involved.
Yeah.
And until anything is proven otherwise, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
Because the young boy, he wouldn't have just got up and left like that, without any reasoning at all. The mother would have had to have some kind of a reasoning or an understanding or a suspicion or something. And she acts completely clueless.
Yeah. And I don't think she's clueless at all.
I don't either.
No.
I don't.
I think when
I don't think most of the people do.
Yeah. I think when she looks at Chris and she wants to get his okay to either say something or whatever, because I think they're trying to follow this script and say everything correctly or whatever, but she's by far not clueless.
And in the restaurant, it doesn't. It seemed like it was all for show than anything else. Taking them out for the day and basically monitoring the whole day. And did she normally do that? I really doubt it.
I doubt it too. Not like that. To me, from the morning when she got up, making the pancakes, to letting him speak with family members, to going out doing all the things, over wearing him out. I know, because I have an autistic son, and no matter if he was younger, if he was 15 like Sebastian, or if he's older like he is now, an adult, that's just too much. And also, I feel like, and it's my opinion only, that she was given him the last day ever, whether it be on this earth or with her, you know, however you want to look at it. And that's just my
I
opinion.
feel exactly the same way. I sure do.
Yeah.
Like it was their last special day together, and they were going to do several fun and exciting things together, just the two of them. But she was documenting the whole day.
Yeah.
And I feel like she was basically carrying Chris along with them through text messages, pictures, whatever she was doing. Because even in the restaurant, she didn't seem like she was actually there with her son. She was too busy on her phone. She wasn't engaging with her son, talking with him, enjoying the food. You know, she was just not there.
Yeah, and you made a good point. Like it's like she was carrying Chris on that journey with them, whether he was in town or he wasn't. It was like
she was making sure that he knew where they were at all times and taking pictures to prove it, sending him pictures, showing him, you know, where they were at, what Sebastian was eating, and you know, just the fact that your son is missing. You wake up literally and you think about this. Your son is not in bed. He's not at home. It's Monday morning, school. The first person I would call would be his dad.
Yeah. And
I would be like, Seth, have you seen or heard from him, because he's not here?
Absolutely. And she made the she had the emergency numbers to call inside that jail, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
You know, you would have the number to call your ex or your husband or your wife or whoever. You would have a way to contact them in an emergency, and they would have got him, and they would have, you know, relieved him, and somebody else would have took his place so he could leave and go check on his son and go help find him.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
But no, she calls Chris even before she calls 911.
Yeah. No.
I'm not buying it.
That would not happen. I mean, I would have to call 911 first. Or like I said in one of my lives, I would go outside. She said she was so tore up. I don't see it, but I would have to go outside and I'll be screaming. If I couldn't do it, she says she was so tore up. Well, then when she went outside looking around, my neighbors would know. Somebody call 911. You know.
I'd be hysterical.
I can't.
Like
Somebody
I
call 911.
I have looked harder for my dog than she did for her son.
Absolutely.
She had the windows down in the car.
Yeah.
I mean, she wasn't hollering for him out the windows. She wasn't going through the neighborhood, you know, stopping and talking to people, banging on their doors or pulling up and honking her horn in their driveway, trying to get some attention. You would be just about hysterical, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Donna has a good point here. I don't understand, if he never ran away before, why was she freaking out in a couple of minutes anyway?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to search a house, however big or small, within just a couple of minutes and know without a shadow of a doubt that your child is gone.
Exactly.
And then be so sure that she doesn't know why he walked out the door.
Nope.
She doesn't. Either she doesn't know anything or she knows. And I just have a feeling, and I believe she knows exactly what happened with him.
Well,
and how he left that house and where he's at now.
Maybe, like, it just dawned on me. Maybe this whole year I haven't been saying it right, but what you just said made it click. If she didn't know, wouldn't you think then you would be questioning, okay, well, why is all my doors locked? Why is my windows locked? Why am I the only one in the house and nothing's amiss? And I would find that strange, and I'd be wanting to find out, and I would be knocking on the police's door and everybody to figure that out. Who come in my house, whether I knew them or not, I think I even asked her in that interview, and I put it like this. I said something to, did they check? Does anybody else have the code to your door, like housekeepers or anybody? Oh, they've all been checked. Everybody's been checked. You know, she knows that's not a possibility. She knew. I was like Nancy Grace then.
Security cameras working.
Yeah.
I mean, especially that if you're working for a security company, you know you're going to get some kind of discount.
Yeah.
And why wasn't their security cameras working?
Exactly.
At all times, why wasn't they working then? Because now they're making sure that they're, you know, secured by cameras where they're at now.
Exactly.
And I just, you know, I just feel like it's because they're probably feeling that heavy burden of guilt and expecting that inevitable knock on the door.
Yeah.
Because they're making sure that they've got a way to check and make, you know, look outside and make sure that there ain't nobody around.
Yeah.
But that does not make sense at all to me. Why wasn't their security system working? Especially if you're such a control freak and you have such a clean home.
I think that was a
and
problem.
You work for the security company. That would be like a priority.
Right. I agree.
And I feel so bad for Seth.
I do too.
I know you do. And, you know, he's got a lot of people supporting him. And that's great and wonderful. But what he needs is his son. He needs to know where his son is.
Yeah.
And I hope and I pray every single day that God makes a way so that he's found. He needs to be found.
I agree. This has
and
gotten.
Hopefully he is alive. And if he's alive somewhere, I hope he's being taken care of. But whoever has him has to know that, you know, he's being looked for and he needs to be returned. So they're doing something very wrong too.
Yeah.
And what is the reasoning behind that?
Yeah.
Why would somebody take that kind of a risk?
Yeah, because they're risking everything. They're risking everything.
I just don't see that.
I don't either. You know, and I hope if he is out there, he's being treated well, you know.
Yeah, because he didn't just disappear.
No.
I mean, if he had actually left the home because of a fight with his mom or because Chris had shown up and Chris wasn't supposed to be there, you know, maybe he just left, of course, in a hurry. I'm thinking of all kinds of things. I would think he would have went to his neighbors to call his dad or call 911.
Right.
He wouldn't just disappear.
No.
It was February. He can't just go anywhere barefooted and disappear.
And he would have been thirsty or hungry. And what do kids with autism do? They go where they know. He would have probably wandered into Worsham's because he knows that store. He probably would have
for a safe place.
Yeah, he probably would have went into his school. He probably would have went where he knows. None of that. There's been no sightings. There's been nothing. And
right.
I don't think he would have gotten in a car with a stranger, but even so, there's no video cameras of him anywhere. Not on Gallatin Road, not on Long Hollow Pike, not on Dickerson Road, nowhere. And there's cameras everywhere besides none in his neighborhood.
And that does not make any sense at all, does it?
It makes zero sense.
Unless there is some, and of course the authorities are keeping that, you know, under their vest.
Thank you, Lady for
because
Justice.
Because they don't want everyone else knowing whatever they might know.
Right.
It might not be enough to actually do anything.
Right.
I don't know. Because they're not going to tell us everything. I know that.
Right. Exactly. I agree.
I want him to be found.
however he's found, I want him found, and I pray for that all the time, and I pray for Seth. You know, I don't want this to affect his health in a bad way. His grief it will destroy you. And just like Brandy, we need to keep praying for her. She's not doing well at all.
Absolutely.
That poor woman and her family have went through hell, and they've lost so much already. They don't need to lose her too.
Right, exactly. And gosh, I just pray for her so much. I can't get out of my head what she said in that video about that pinky promise. Oh my God, it's like they've got to find Michael.
Right.
And she's so sick.
It has made her so sick. It has. Grief will do that to you.
Absolutely.
It almost killed my sister when my niece was murdered.
Yeah.
And within a year, she was having heart surgery. Never had any kind of issues with her heart before. But what they say about dying from a broken heart, it is true. The stress stretches your heartstrings so thin that they'll just snap and break.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what was happening with my sister.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just want you to know, I support you. I have watched you, and your mods are wonderful. The chat is always great.
Thank you.
You're in this for the right reason. Don't let anybody get you down and try to make you feel like you're not worth anything, because you are.
Thank
you have done so much good here.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate you. We really do.
And I appreciate you so much too.
Well, I'm going to let you go so maybe someone else can call.
Okay.
But let's just keep praying for all of those that are still missing, and pray for their parents too, because, you know, like Brandy and Seth, they need it. They need that.
Absolutely. Absolutely they do.
All right. I will talk to y'all later. I'll talk to you in chat.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bobby. Bobby gifted somebody a membership. Thank you, Bobby, so much. Thank you, Bobby. You're right, Green Eye. Smiley always comes back stronger. Smiley.
Hi there. This is Cassie Roku.
Hey, Cassie. Good to hear from you. How are you?
Good. I just have a couple of comments. Thank you for all you're doing. Number one.
Oh, thank you.
And I was just thinking, Chris said that he had, they were getting their security system upgraded and everything.
Uh-huh.
I wish police would check, because I bet you anything, they no longer have the same code.
Oh, I bet they don't either.
And that would be telling.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you said we're upgrading, well,
Thank you,
upgrading
Mike.
means you've already had a security system.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to write this down.
Because also in that video to that Julia did, the canine handler, he was talking about Heather, the PI, and he said he came up to the door. He goes, and she didn't even ring the doorbell. And then he says, we don't have a doorbell.
Mm-hmm. He sure did. And he was like, yeah, and that's what I was saying a while ago. So how did they upgrade their system too if he said they didn't even have security?
Because I'm thinking they took the doorbell camera off with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Along with the doorbell.
And I think, and this is just my opinion, they were probably looking for that kind of stuff in the search in the landfill, because I know they were looking for something. I don't think they were looking for somebody, but I think they were looking for something. That's just my opinion.
Yes, and Julia said that they have device
electronic sniffing dogs.
Yes. Yes. So that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
But that doorbell thing, I bet you they don't have the same code. And because why would you put out a Yoo-hoo and a blanket if you had the code to your house?
Right.
Why would you do that if you had a code to your house?
Yeah. It's worse.
And why write a note? I don't know if this was true or not, but somebody said they wrote a note for him when they went away on the door. I don't know if they did or not, but you're going to go away and you're just going to leave. That's just so crazy.
I mean, I think if that's true, I think they did all that just for show, because I cannot even fathom them leaving food and a drink outside. I mean, that's like you would do a dog or something.
Yeah.
And in Nancy Grace, she said, "Oh, we're going back to work." Well, I'm not, but he is. First of all, he didn't have a job to go back to. And second of all, if he was going to look for a job, you don't go with your significant other to go hold their hand during an interview. She had a missing child. She should have stayed at home. That's just my bottom line to it. That's me, myself, and I. You don't leave a child or a teenager food out like a damn dog. I'm sorry. You just don't.
Also, Sweetie Pie Low did an interview with Mike the Man yesterday, and he was saying it was a really, really good interview, and he believes that in the statement analysis and everything, the leakage and everything, when at one time she says, "Did you fall out of bed?"
Yeah.
He thinks that she over-medicated him, and he did fall out of bed and hit his head or something like that. But also, her saying in the car in the America's Most Wanted, when she's driving, she said someone could have taken him. Now, after a year, you've never said someone could have taken him in over a year. And all of a sudden now, somebody could have taken him?
Yeah. I think that's just, again, all for the cameras and stuff. And yeah, she left out the part, though, where she was showing them she was driving around, but she didn't tell them she had her windows up.
No.
She didn't tell them that.
And at the beginning, when she's first in the car, you see that mount for a camera. But there was no there was just a mount, I think. There was no camera.
Yeah.
So I wonder if police still have that.
They probably do. They probably do.
Yeah, so anyway, that's all I had to say, and thank you very much, and hi everyone in chat.
Everybody says hi. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in.
Sure.
All
Bye-bye.
right. All right, bye-bye. All right, we'll take one more call. One more call. So, who is going to call this time? One more call. Dum 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 dum. Who will call this time? Sebastian is the witness, and evidence now he's gone. Yep. Something's fishy. Bo said, "Not me, I'm shy." Not me, I'm shy. Neither had something to say. Well, somebody call in. We got one more call. We already been on here 3 hours and 39 minutes. It's difficult with no evidence as such to convict. Let's hope let's hope they can. Let's hope they can. We're not giving up, though. We are not giving up. We're not going to stop. We will not stop. We're going to continue on. We're going to continue to do everything. I do, too. Don't she have a sweet voice, Scotty? Cassie has a sweet voice. Love that voice. But yeah, that was the worst America's Most Wanted episode ever. Yeah, they misinformed everybody on that. Not America's Most Wanted, but of course Katie and Chris. And I feel like they cut a lot out for Seth, so it was very agitating in my opinion. That's why I didn't do a live on it or talk about it, because it just run all over me, honey. Lack of evidence is evidence in your opinion, Lock and Loaded said. Well, so what was you trying to say? Lock and Loaded, call in. What was you trying to say about who about the somebody, two people said something? Or I mean, are you trying to say that what was you trying to say about a man and woman, or two did somebody like, I don't know what you're trying to say. I put it up on the board and then I took it off. You want to call in? That's why I kept it up there. I knew I would forget. I knew I'd forget. Yeah, they want them to keep talking. They do. I wish they would go on Dr. Phil. That's who I wish they would go on. Tony and Seth have said there's a mountain of evidence. Yeah, I believe they do have evidence. I believe it's just not being put out. And I think they are holding stuff close. And I do think there will be an arrest. That wasn't him, somebody else. Oh, that said that. Okay. Can we as a community ask the U.S. Marshals or Texas Rangers on behalf of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? But it wasn't in Texas, so why? I don't know why the Texas Rangers. I don't know if they can get involved. I'm just saying, I don't know. I mean, we could probably ask for help from other agencies, but you could email, or I'm sure Dog has already asked. I'm not real sure how that works. I know like EquiSearch and all that, a parent has to ask for them to come in, or LE has to ask. If I was Seth, I definitely would, though, go to LE and say, look, I want EquiSearch back in, period. I would definitely bring them back in. They need to get more searches, in my opinion. That's just me. Yeah, maybe the U.S. Marshals. Texas Rangers are only going to do Texas, in my opinion. Chemistry Queen, thank you for becoming a new member. Whoop, whoop. Thank you for your support, honey. I would write an email to Sumner County. I mean, it's not going to hurt. And, you know, I wrote one the other day. I wrote one to Brandon Carter. Of course, I haven't heard anything back. It was very, very, very professional. Don't want to give y'all nothing to get no applications like I did in Summer Wells, but hey, I would write an email nicely, professional, and anybody else you choose to. But if you don't do nothing, it's just gonna, you know, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt. I thought Seth Rogers and CP did the communications for plans on what was going to happen in the future with Sebastian. Am I wrong? Well, they might. Well, I don't know about CP. CP, don't even get me started. Please, why'd you have to ask me that question like that? Listen, Katie, it's her son. So she should be doing what needs to be done. As you can tell, she's not doing much. Okay? I think she's afraid, in my opinion, to go ask for a damn thing because she don't want to get cornered. She might slip up. That's why CP has to do a lot of the talking. That's just my opinion. But, yeah, exactly, Piano Girl. So, Seth Rogers being the father is going to have to do those things as far as ask for Equa search back in or stuff like that. You know, but it don't hurt, you know. Yeah, he thinks he run. You know what he thinks? Somebody said it to me the other day, and they're correct. Chris thinks he's deputized in that area. That's what Chris thinks, and I think that's what Chris's problem is. Maybe somebody needs to get him a little badge. You know, one of them toy badges. I am deputized now. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So, but anyway, I guess nobody else is going to call. So we'll do this again. We will. It was fun. And it was fun. I liked doing that. Only then could Seth file a WDS. Well, I think Katie showed Twila a old photo. I do too. When I spoke with Twila, and she said Sebastian looked happy and all that, I'm thinking after watching this video over and over and over again, I'm thinking that's not the same exact one. Smiley, you cracked me up. So I don't think it was the same one. I think they have their ways of going around doing, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. But anyway, I think this was a good live. I enjoyed spending it with you all. I think we're going to do the phones again. Where is my, oh, here it is. I think we're going to do the phones again. If anyone, you know, wants to do that, I'm definitely in for it. I like it. I agree, Lady for Justice. I agree. Robin said we need answers. We do. I agree. I agree to everything y'all are saying. Maurice, I agree with that. I mean, where'd you go? I put the wrong one up. I agree. And yet, we sure did, didn't we? I'll say he was very gentlemanlike on my platform. I don't know if he would be like that again if he ever come up. I don't expect him to ever come up again. I think I really intimidated him. I don't think he expected that to go as far as it did. Oh, Locked and Loaded said when people call, you have their number. Just dial *67. I mean, you can still do that, right? Down star 67. If you want to call in, locked and loaded, call in. I don't pay no attention to that anyway because I don't dial star 67. This is just a phone I'm using on here, so I don't give a dang if I don't keep all that. Just dial star 67. It's not. I could care less about that. If you want to call in before I go, call in. Thank you, Robin. Anybody calls in on here can dial star 67. I could care less. Don't matter to me. As far as I know, it all works the same. I just happen to see you if you want to call in. Mm-hmm. There you go. But I'm going to tell y'all, I'm not going to answer this. It's going to stay here in my office. I'm not going to answer this when I get off of this live. I don't even think there's a voicemail set up. It might be. I don't know. I just got this phone today. It's one of those track phones. I don't know. Know nothing about it. Smiley don't know nothing. Smiley don't know nothing. Uh-oh. Was that a... See, Smiley don't know nothing, honey. I thought it was a call. It wasn't a call, I guess. I ain't going to answer it. Angel Wing said, oh, no, Smiley, I'd be scared if you had my phone number. Y'all get a grip. Smiley don't care about all that. Hell. Just dial star 67. I guess that's the number you call. It says unknown or something like that. A Smiley. Oh, I'm going to get a... Oh, my God, Andy. Smiley needs a T-shirt. Call CP. He knows everything. And put his picture on there. Call CP. He knows everything. Lord have mercy. Sounded like a notification. It probably was. I don't know. It's all good in Smiley's hood. Ring my bell. Y'all, I love y'all. Seriously. Listen, the main thing is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is still missing. Okay? He should have never been missing in the first place. Never. But he is, and he's still missing. And the last person that he was seen with was Katie Lynn Proudfoot, his mother. After she went home and went in that garage and went in that house. Hey, Hobo's Life. Love you, honey. Hope you're doing good. And went in that house and was on that phone, said she sent Sebastian to bed. Good night, Mommy. Good night, puppies. According to her. Stayed on the phone with her man. Later heard a thud, but never checked, even though her son could have hurt himself because he had problems. Did not get up and go check on him. told me she never flipped his light on. I don't even want to say why a mother would even go there on national YouTube or whatever. She didn't have to say none of that when I asked her, did his light come on? Because it was said his light come on at midnight. But she said she woke up because she fell asleep on the phone with Chris, her husband she loved so much that she had to have this YouTube. I don't think I have to lock and load it. I think you just did that, right? Anyway. But she never checked on Sebastian, right? Katie knows. In my opinion, Katie knows. Well, brutally honest, 78, I'm telling you what I know. You know what you know, and I'm telling you what I know. And I'm telling you, way back a year ago, when I asked that question to Katie, did she flip the light on at midnight? It's because I knew his light was on at midnight, and I already knew the answer, like Nancy Grace. I already knew the damn answer, honey, before I asked the question. So, I'm just saying, you do you, and I'm going to do me. Okay? If you got a channel and you run your show, you run it, and I'm going to run mine. I don't care what you're going off of, what the neighbor said. I'm going off of what I know. And I'm just telling you. I've been real nice to you through here, and I'm fixing to get off. I'm tired. I've been on here 4 hours. Now, if the last thing I was going to say, the last thing was if you know anything about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please call 615-451-3838 or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND, or you can call FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. That is FBI's number at 1-800-225-5324. And yes, you can call DOG at 1-833-TELL-DOG. They are also taking tips. So if you have any information, you can call any of those numbers. The total reward is $500,000. $50,000 is coming from the FBI, and the rest is from At Night Media. So, continue to share Sebastian's name, his face, his flyers. Talk about him. Do all the things. do all the things. I love y'all. I thank you for being here, and I hope y'all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. And don't forget, please keep Millie Arian in your prayers and her family. Thank you. Bye.